I'm going to make the motion to I move the Board of Education recess to executive session to discuss,
need to approve
do
the
we have to
agenda
approve?
first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We do.
Thank you, friend. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I move we approve the agenda for the January 27, 2019 Board of Education meeting, or the special meeting.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now, I move that the Board of Education recess to executive session to discuss matters affecting a student in order to protect the privacy interests of the individuals to be discussed with Dr. Anthony Lewis, Dr. Anna Stubblefield, Dave Cunningham, Rick Henry, and Dr. Cynthia Johnson invited to be present, and with the board to return to open session in this room at 6. Oh, so we, and, let's do it again. And Mark Pruitt, with the board to return to open session in this room at 6 o'clock, 29 minutes, with no actions to follow.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll call it. Good evening. I'd like to call the January 27th. Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Dawn. I move we adjourn from executive session with no actions to follow.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Now I'd like to call the January 27th, 2020 board meeting into session.
I move we approve the agenda for the January 27, 2020 board meeting.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
At this time, I will call Julie Boyle
Can you call me? Can you call
and
me?
Dr. Lewis for special recognition.
Thank you. Good evening. Of course, this is School Board Recognition Month. Did you all know that? You heard it somewhere? Well, as part of School Board Recognition Month, thank you for staying. I just saw one of I just left, I'm sorry. I just left our Superintendent Student Advisory Council meeting upstairs prior to this, and I was really joking, encouraged some of my council members, students, to stay for the board meeting, and we have one on the front row. Thank you so much for staying. I really appreciate that. Okay, back to what I was saying. As part of School Board Recognition Month, we are pleased to have a performance this evening by members of the Cordley Elementary Choir, and I will let Denise Johnson introduce them.
Good evening. I feel very honored to be in front of you today, and congratulations, Board of Education Month, and thank you very much on behalf of myself and our Fine Arts Department. We are showing our very best tonight. This is the Cordley Honor Choir in front of you. I would like to talk a little bit about, introduce their teacher. Lizette DeBoer is the choir teacher, and she also has responsibilities at Cordley and at Kennedy. She shares two buildings. Cordley's choir was chosen to perform at the Kansas. I was going to say, you guys may want to get up and go around. Plenty of seats in the front row, always. Cordley's choir was chosen to perform at the Kansas Music Educators Association Conference on February 28th. This is the second time that Cordley's choir has been chosen to perform. This year, what they have to do in order to perform is a year in advance, they have to perform and submit a recording. Only 3 elementary schools are chosen to perform at this conference, so it's quite an honor. So we're really proud of each one of you that's in this choir. Lizette has taught in the district for 13 years, and she has been in 7 different buildings in Lawrence, Cordley, Wakarusa, Kennedy, Broken Arrow, Woodlawn, New York, and Langston. So she's definitely seen half of our 14 elementary schools. So we're blessed to have her with us and to continue touching each one of this children's lives. Lizette's choir meets in the morning, and this is before school, so she does this outside of her duty day. So we're, again, very pleased to have this choir and very lucky for her to be a part of our program for fine arts. I also want to introduce Miss Linda, and she's going to wave from you she is the accompanist, and she also teaches reading at Cordley. So I think Mrs. DeBoer is going to talk to you. Oh, we have a student that's going to talk. Okay. And I wanted just to present just some flowers to her. And then thank truly they've been performing and practicing this, but I just reached out to her last week to see if she could possibly do this. And I want to also, I would be amiss if I didn't thank the wonderful parents that put it into your schedule to be a part of tonight. So thank you for getting your students here. Who's coming up and talking? Zoe.
Good evening. My name is Zoe, and I am a fifth grader in the Cordley Choir. Our choir is composed of third, fourth, and fifth graders from Cordley Elementary School, who rehearse once or twice per week, with our music director, Ms. DeBoard, and our accompanist, Ms. Dottie Stos. Thank you for letting us perform for you this evening. We are very excited to be here. Our first song for you today is called Winter Walk. The piece is written in a meter of 4/4, but feels like the meter of 12/8 because of the use of triplets in the accompaniment parts. The lyrics of Winter Walk help remind us of the wonders of the world around us on a winter day. Good evening. My name is Kinley, and I am a third grader at Cordley. Our next song for you this evening is called Got Coffee. Got Coffee is a spirited, original melody, and light-hearted, humorous lyrics are partnered with the traditional Puerto Rican folk song, El Capotin. Yo sé
evening. My name is Elliot, and I am a fourth grader at Cordley. Our final song for you this evening is called Erie Canal. The original American folk song was written in 1905, and it has been arranged many times since. This version is a rhythmically interesting arrangement full of syncopation and spunk. Thank you for allowing us to perform for you this evening.
I've got a mule, her name is Sal, 15 miles from the Erie Canal. She's a good old worker and a good old pal, 15 miles from the Erie Canal. We've horses in our day, filled with coal and hay, and we know every inch of the way from Albany to Buffalo. Low Bridge, everybody down. Low Bridge, 'cause we're coming to a town. And you'll always know your neighbor, you'll always know your pal if you've ever navigated on the Erie Canal. Hello, Sal, let's pass along. 15 miles on the Erie Canal. We'll be back home by 6 o'clock. 15 miles on the Erie Canal. I found my gal and she's a mule named Sal. We have to work all the day to move the lumber and hay. I saw a mule and she's a Sal. I got a mule and she's my pal. I got a mule and she's my gal. My Sal, my pal on the Erie Canal.
Thank you very much, Cordley. That was wonderful. You are so ready for that competition. Can you give them one more hand as they walk back down through the aisle?
Thank you again. I spared my colleagues the embarrassment of dancing, so
Thank you.
you're welcome. Oh,
Also, again, yeah, thank you. You don't have to leave.
stay.
Definitely thank you to the parents for getting our scholars here for this performance tonight in honor of our Board Recognition Month. Also, as board members may remember, Rachel Thomas interviewed you earlier this month for a video that we are releasing publicly tonight.
What?
You signed the consent.
That was not clear at the time.
I thought we were never going to have to watch it.
Oh, God.
So yes, not only will you watch it, everyone in attendance and all of the
Someone
1,000 people I'm sure that are watching.
Someone should make Rachel clear that that was the last time she gets to interview us.
So we're releasing this tonight, just to introducing our school board to our community. And Julie would like to definitely share this video with that Rachel done with board members tonight.
My name is G.R. Gordon Ross, school board member. This is starting my second year.
My name is Shannon Kimball. I am getting ready to start my third term on the Lawrence Board of Education.
My name is Erica Hill, and I'm a first-time board member.
My name is Paula Smith, and this is my first term as a school board member.
Hello, my name is Carol Cady Blackwood, and I am a school board member.
My name is Melissa Johnson.
Hello, my name is Kelly Jones, and I am the Vice President of the school board.
Hi, I'm Henry from Billy Mills Middle School. Why did you choose to become a school board member?
I wanted to be on the school board was because when I was in junior high, my mom ran and got elected to school board. She ended up being the first woman ever elected in Kearney, Missouri. Served for 7 years, and because of that, set an example of public service and really of what it means to be on the school board. And ever since I graduated high school, it was always something that I wanted to do.
I wanted to become a school board member because I really care about the youth in our community.
Well, I grew up in Lawrence, and I felt like I was at the tipping point as a social worker. I felt like I needed to do something to improve the lives of our students in our community.
I wanted to become a school board member because as a parent and as a teacher, I feel like I understand both aspects of it, and I felt like I would be a good member to kind of offer that perspective.
Hi, my name is Jenna. I am from Sunflower Elementary. What do you not know about being a school board?
Our job is really supposed to be vision and mission and setting policy, and oftentimes that means a much different thing than what people think school board members actually do.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And what I didn't know as a parent was how much policy work and focus that they have in supporting teachers as best as we can.
One of the things that people don't know about being a school board member is that we get to go to school lunches and to school breakfasts, which I love. I particularly love when there are kindergartners involved, but it's equally as fun to talk to seniors in high school. But one thing I think that people won't realize is that the food is actually quite good, and I look forward to the lunches with the kids in part because I get to hang out with them, but also because the food is very good.
Well, being a first-time school board member, I'm learning the ropes myself, but I do know what school board members do. They care about the students in our community, and I'm excited to be a part of that team.
I'm Trinity Shorter, and I go to LHS. What are you excited for this school year?
I am excited to advocate for mental health in our schools. As a clinical social worker, that was one of my top priorities. I want to support mental health and destigmatize issues around mental health.
The strategic plan.
Continued progress on Lawrence High School. I've served on the facilities committee with board member Shannon Kimball for this past year, and that has been a great opportunity. And so to watch the transformation of that school has been great, and so to see it to continue to transform is something I'm really looking forward to.
One of the things I'm most proud of is that we've centered our work on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And moving forward, I'm really looking forward to expanding the work we do around supporting students' emotional health.
I am very excited about implementation of our strategic plan. It is something that I have been advocating for a while as a board member, and I am excited that we have adopted one and that we now have an opportunity to really see some improvements in our district tied to that plan.
I think as a whole, I'm excited for the relationships that are being built with scholars, with parents, with the staff, and with the community.
Please help me in thanking all of our board members for their tremendous amount of support and service to public education, but most importantly to their service and support for Lawrence Public Schools. And I want to say to each and every one of you, thank you so much for what you've done. Those board members that have been on the board for quite some time, and our new board members, thank you for what you're about to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's kind of tough to follow. First, it's the report of the president. Good evening. I'd like to first introduce the student board member, Nola Levings. Did I say that correct? Yes. A senior at Lawrence High. Welcome. During this meeting, you are encouraged to share your thoughts if there are items that are not on the agenda, you can share it even during board commentary. But similar to the patron commentary, like if it's a complaint about a staff member or a person, we won't say their names. So again, welcome, Nola. Since our last meeting, I had the opportunity to listen to the scholars at Lawrence High as they shared their narratives on safety in schools and uniting the community. It was the first of their series. And once again, I left inspired by the youth. I'm hoping to continue these conversations between our scholars and the board in the near future. Vice President Jones and I kind of discussed the potential of having a meeting, like some type of joint session or work session with some scholars at the high school level and the board. It's hard to believe that it's the end of January. What that just means to me is we're closer to warmer weather. So last Tuesday, the Budget and Planning Committee met to discuss some of the results to the SRO survey, which we will hear a report on later in the meeting. Thank you to the One Dream Committee for inviting me to do the welcome and introduce the Master of Ceremony. It was a pretty great opportunity. I know lots of board members were there. I was unable to stay for the entire program because I had a date with my kids. But I wanted to extend my congrats to the nominees, the recipients, including our board member, Erica Hill, who received a community award. I think that's about it. But before we have Dr. Lewis report on the superintendent report out, we have a special recognition ourselves. So the board is extremely appreciative of Elise and all the hard work she does for our board and the patience she has shown us as we forget our passwords and become long-winded during agenda setting when we say just one more thing or a quick question and it ends up being an hour. Elise, we can't thank you enough, and we understand that this is your last board meeting before C3 arrives. We want you to know that we will miss you and we wish you a smooth, healthy, successful delivery, and that you and Craig will enjoy this new journey of parenthood. So with that said, the board would like to present you with a small yet big gift to you and your family. Congratulations once again. Yes. You have to open it. You'll understand what I mean by small yet big. Yeah, go ahead. It's all good. You're welcome. I know. You can blame it on a pregnancy. Okay. No, we appreciate you. At this time, we'll have a report from Dr. Lewis.
Right. You may recall, board members, on last board meeting, you approved the hire of Maya Lugran. And I'm happy to welcome and introduce you to Maya Lugran, who was selected as the new principal at Pinckney Elementary. Maya brings 4 years of experience in school administration and 12 years in the classroom. At present, she is assistant principal in the Kansas City, Missouri School District at Wheatley Elementary. She previously served as special education coordinator, director, and teacher, and a behavioral therapist in Hickman Mills, Kansas City, Center, and North Kansas City School Districts, all on the Missouri side. She earned her bachelor's degree at Central Missouri State University and master's degree at the University of Missouri in Kansas City. With her excellent record of mentoring teachers, shaping positive school culture, and guiding students to achieve academic and personal growth, we definitely think and know Maya is a great fit to join our leadership team and the family over at Pinckney. I do I would like to ask you to invite you to the podium to share a few words.
You know? It's either.
It should be on.
This is a lot for me. I apologize, and Dr. Lewis knows this. This is a lot for me, but I just want to thank you guys. I think I had the opportunity to be at Pinckney today after school to meet with not only staff but family. It is a fantastic school. Before I even applied to Pinckney, I made sure I looked at the school. I went through the website and really looked at some of the things that they needed to see if I was the person that could help provide that leadership for that building. Fantastic school, fantastic families, fantastic community. I had the opportunity today to just embrace the kids and the family. We had great conversations about what's next to come, and I'm excited. I am very excited to be here. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, and thank you, board, for giving me this opportunity. Go Panthers.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, and welcome.
We have one of our parent committee members that was on the parent interviewing committee in the audience as well. And I think we did receive his stamp of approval as well. So thank you, Samri. My thanks to all board members, administrators, and staff who attended the Community Volunteers event that involved our One Dream MLK celebration on last Thursday. It was a wonderful showcase of the many contributions that many of our staff and students and community members make to this entire city. Congratulations again to Ms. Erica Hill on her receipt of the 2020 MLK Champion of Equity Award. Erica has been instrumental in our partnership, not only just a solid partnership with LMH Health for Beyond Diversity training of hospital staff alongside our teachers and staff. And of course, she spearheaded the development of the LMH Health Leadership Academy, a paid summer internship program for traditionally underserved students to learn about careers in the healthcare field. These are just few of her many contributions to this community and definitely into the areas of equity. So congratulations again to Erica. I would also like to publicly thank Thomas John Griffin Foundation for its donation of $7,500 to the Tiny K Early Intervention. This is made possible by the annual TJ 5K and Family Fun Run. This brings the Thomas John Griffin Foundation combined contributions to Tiny K during the last several years to the total of $32,500. We definitely appreciate the generosity. We have 2 inclement weather days so far this winter. Let's all keep our fingers crossed that we don't have any more. So this means currently that our school will be in session on Friday, April the 17th, which is our designated inclement weather makeup day. Because the board planned for and will use this makeup day, the state of Kansas forgives the loss of instructional time on our second inclement weather day. And even though she's not here, I know she's watching. She always is watching. It seemed like I was making this speech last year, too. So we have to look at the calendar next year. But my wife is celebrating her birthday today, and so happy birthday, Tiffany.
Happy birthday.
Great. At this time, we're going to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Patron
commentary.
Oh, my goodness.
Ready to.
I had a 3-day weekend. I'm kind of off my game. Oh, sorry. At this time, we will have patron commentary. I will read the audience participation. The USD 497 Board of Education welcomes patron comments and thanks you for taking the time to talk to us about our policies and procedures. We set aside this time during our regular meetings to hear from the public. This is your time to share your opinions. However, complaints about specific staff or students will be heard by the board in executive session in order to protect the privacy of the individuals to be discussed. While you are not required to share your contact information, we ask for that information so district staff or the board can follow up with any specific concerns you may have. Please limit your comments to 5 minutes. Thank you. So at this time, we have Topher, I'm going to get your last name right. Enneking?
Yeah. Yes. You get it right every time.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
We're good with the wrap up. I feel like I'm usually standing up here, so I know when you're done, but I'm not. Sorry. They're not always like this. We don't always have a choir, but that was a good first board meeting, wasn't it? Today I wanted to, I've been doing this because I think it's important to develop a 10 relationship. We hired a KCMO principal. We got a KCMO superintendent. So I wanted to come share a little story about my relationship with Kansas City, Missouri. I spent some time in the historic Mannheim neighborhood on Troost Avenue. I did a 40-day fast from finance where I didn't touch money or make any monetary exchanges for 40 days. I just gave myself and my art to the community to see what would happen. While I was there was a lot of attempted community, they're trying to gentrify, and a lot of things happened. One of the things that happened that kind of brought us together as a community was that they started cutting down all these trees. The thought was we can make clean, straight sidewalks, and then developers will want to come in and buy up these properties. And there was an abandoned school, the Bancroft School, Brad Pitt's Make It Right Foundation, renovated into low-income housing. And so that had been like kind of the impetus for that neighborhood. And so they had been like jumping from neighborhood to neighborhood, so you couldn't see them coming. Literally walking down the street, and the day before you'd see 3 generations of a family playing under a tree, and then the next day that tree is gone. And so I think you guys have kind of caught my vibe. So we protested. I wrote a poem, and so along with a couple other people. And so this was my protest poem. This is for y'all. You can build a pretty sidewalk, make it right around a tree. Are you an architect or a lumberjack who owns city property? We know you want your cut, but we need our canopy. Engage us in the process, that is all we're begging. Please, oh, please, oh, please. I ain't gonna make that Quarterly Choir. Don't take away our trees. Like knowledge given Eve for that fruit she did eat, money gives us knowledge that we grow economy, but it's just a gamble, you see, an investment in greed. And our community grew before you, under the shade of a tree. Oh, please, don't take away our trees. The roots of our neighborhood stretch deep and stretch wide, but you refuse to stop and look across the Troost Divide. You drive past too fast to come and walk by our side. Yet you tell us you know what's best for us, no matter what you decide. Oh, please, don't take away our trees. Are you a John Rockefeller or a Johnny Appleseed? Are you motivated by growth or is it simple greed? Will you fight like John Henry against the faceless machine? We don't have to fight alone because we are community. Oh, please, don't take away our trees. Thanks. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Topher. And we have Sarah Rosalind.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Sarah Rosalind, and I am a teacher at Pinckney Elementary School, and I also have a student at Lawrence High School. And I want to say, man, I am so glad that you're here. I'm so excited to work with you. So thank you. I'm here to talk a little bit about the leaky roof situation in our buildings and the shortage of custodial and paraprofessional staff and the need for better classified compensation rates. When I started working at Pinckney in 2013, we had roof leaks. On several occasions, we were told that those issues would be addressed during our renovation. We came back to a lovely renovated building and quickly discovered that not only was the roof still leaking in the same spots, but our new addition had issues as well. We had paint bubbling under windowsills and water that would trickle down walls and the support pole when it rains. Even our library has struggled with leaks, which is stressful for our librarian as she strives to keep all of our materials safe. Over the last 3 years, we've listened to HVAC people blame the roofers, and roofers blame HVAC systems for the leaks. And then following an incident last year when a wet ceiling tile fell down on a student, we had to move an entire class to another room for the rest of the year. I was rather frustrated to hear that a similar situation happened in art room at LHS last week, and they're now displaced to an old weight room. And in fact, my daughter said that when they opened up the hallway, there were leaks at the beginning of the year. So there's always been trash cans. So it's just, anyhow, sorry, I digress. So why are we having so many issues with leaks? Why are these leaks being allowed to progress to the point of caving in on students? With an already tight budget, how do we ensure that our contractors are being held accountable and completing repairs? We have materials being damaged by ongoing leaks. Who is paying to replace these items? As a teacher, I often purchase items on my own to make sure that we have what we need in the classroom, but I'm not buying photo paper and specialty art supplies that surely aren't cheap. I've been trying to figure out why these leaks have been allowed to continue for so long, but I don't have a good answer. However, I would like to alert you to the shortage of custodial staff. In my building, while we have 2 full-time custodians, our building size supports the addition of a half-time person. Last week, I found out that Lawrence High should have 20 custodial staff, but are operating with only half of that amount. Similarly, while Free State has increased its building size, it is still operating at the staffing level from 10 years ago. There are currently only 4 custodial vacancies posted on the district's website. They are for Lawrence Virtual School, Lawrence High School, Deerfield, and Free State High School. The custodial job description has a purpose statement, which is that the job of the custodian is done for the purposes of maintaining an attractive, sanitary, and safe facility for students, staff, and public, providing equipment and furniture, classroom activities, and then minimizing property damage, loss, and liability exposure. There are 9 essential functions listed for this position, and the 4th on the list is that they inspect school or district facilities for the purpose of ensuring that the site is suitable for safe operations, maintained in an attractive and clean condition, and or identifying necessary repairs due to vandalism, equipment breakage, weather conditions, etc. At my building, our 2 custodians are busy just trying to keep up with the basic duties necessary for the purpose of maintaining a sanitary, safe, and attractive environment. They're trying to keep floors vacuumed. They're trying to keep the surfaces that everybody's touching. We have kids that are sick. They're cleaning tables. They're doing all those essential things. For doing 9 essential and 1 other function, the salary range listed is $11.62 per hour. I am concerned that the custodial staff we have will burn out if they don't already, and the situation will be exacerbated. Like other classified staff positions, it may take a significant raise in pay in order to attract and retain the staff we need to keep our schools safe. As of this afternoon, I counted 41 separate job listings for paras. I don't know the actual number of paras needed because we have 2 openings at our building, but oftentimes they have more than 1 opening, but they only have 1 job listing. Like custodians, paraeducators also have a detailed list of job responsibilities, and paraeducators working in a Title I building or district-wide require a minimum of 48 college credit hours or the successful completion of a state-approved paraeducator assessment, which I'm sure they pay out of their own pocket. For all of this, they are paid $10.74 an hour. If they are providing supervision that is non-instructional, such as lunch supervision, the pay drops to $9.18 an hour. In my opinion, these essential positions help us meet the needs of our students. At previous meetings, you've heard about how important it is to meet the federally mandated IEP minutes of our students. We need to explore other methods of attracting quality candidates and compensate them with a living wage so they will return year after year. As a former para, I know how hard it is to pay the bills without working additional jobs and or having a partner contributing to your household. Some previous classified concerns other than salary have started to be addressed, so we had iPads added in. The problem we've run into that I found out about today was that our paras are able to log on to check email, which was one of the concerns, but they are not able to access Employee Online and print pay stubs or any of that. So I'm not sure if it's just something that we just haven't figured out as a building or if it's something tech can fix. I'm not sure on that one yet. So I'm working on that. And then we also, there's been a little confusion. I asked Mrs. Devon to clarify. We were under the impression that classified staff was going to be paid on snow days, and our employees logged in, and when they look at their time clock, it's showing that they're getting paid, but it's also deducting it from their leave time. So I wasn't sure if that's just a way it's being listed for pay or not. So I was going to try to find out more about that. But I did want to thank the district for having Alpha Roofing come complete repairs at Pinckney. I was just kind of cautious that all the issues have been resolved to the level asserted in consent agenda item 3.8. Today I took some pictures of some ceiling tiles that still seem to be wet, and I went by just now on the way here, and in the dark you can actually get a better contrast. So I've got those pictures. And in one of our classrooms this morning before school, the teacher had noticed you could hear water dripping still. And so we did notify our head custodian. He's filled out a work order, so we'll find out about that. So we're not sure if that one really is a HVAC issue. She was told that by the people who did the HVAC that when we run the air conditioning that it will leak, but we're running heat, so I don't know how that works. But anyhow, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have board commentary. at this time?
It's me, I guess. I just wanted to update the board that the policy committee met. Paula is going to be joining us. We're super excited about that. So there'll be 3 of us on the, I hope you are super excited. I keep telling her, it's awesome, it's great, you'll love it. So it's going to be really nice to have your voice there, and you just welcome. I really look forward to working with you more directly every other Monday. Over lunch, we'll get coffee. So the policy committee, most importantly, I wanted the board members to know and for our teacher staff to know, and all staff to know that we're working on investigating model policies or looking at what other districts do around bullying policies for staff and seeing if there's something we can do to enhance protections for the people that serve our kids every day, in addition to the policies we have protecting children. So this would be for the grown-ups in our spaces that work for the district. And as we're going through that process, if there are any questions from board members, you can talk to Dave and he can provide you any context that might be helpful. Go ahead.
Jenna?
Just wanted to share a couple of items. On the 14th, GR and I met with the Facilities Committee. We reviewed some upcoming items that will be coming to the board in the next month or so that are related to the draft capital improvement plan and also our bond construction projects. And I will just say that many of the issues that we just heard about in regard to roof leaks and custodial staffing, those are issues that we have been talking about on a regular basis in our meetings, and we feel like we are making some progress on some of those issues, and just know that we are paying attention to those things and trying to get some resolution to some of those ongoing issues. Wanted to share with the board that on January 15th and 16th, I had the opportunity to attend the KASB Advocacy and Action event in Topeka. So that is a day and a half of learning sessions about issues that will be before the legislature this session around public education in Kansas, and also an opportunity then to use that learning and go visit with legislators. I used the opportunity to visit all the offices of our Douglas County legislators, got to meet with most of them and follow up on the legislative priorities that we had presented, Melissa had presented on our behalf at the chamber breakfast at the beginning of January. And I was really excited that they have a lot of openness and support for some of the issues that we are talking about. We also, in conjunction with that event, had our quarterly KASB board meeting. I don't have a lot to report from that. It's sort of typical business stuff. I am getting ready to go to Washington, D.C. as part of the State Association's advocacy contingency to the National School Board Association's advocacy event starting at the end of this week and next week, and we will be visiting with our congresspeople and senators next Tuesday. So I'm really looking forward to that, as well as I will be attending the NSBA Equity Symposium on Saturday and representing the State Association on the Policies and Resolutions Committee for NSBA. So a lot of things coming up around policy and advocacy work related to that. And then last, I wanted to just share that I had the great pleasure of being able to attend the Kansan of the Year ceremony last Friday evening, at which one of the great names in public education in Kansas was honored as one of the Kansans of the Year. Dale Dennis was presented that award by the Native Sons and Daughters of Kansas, and in recognition of his selfless public service over the past 52 years to the students of Kansas public schools. And it was just it was a very moving tribute, and it was, I was very inspired because I see him as someone who really is a great definition of a public servant. He does it because he cares deeply from his heart, and he does it with integrity, and it was nice to see him honored for that work. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members?
Yes, I like to share that I attended the Listening and Learning Lawrence Lyons series on safety, and it was really encouraging to see leadership in action with those students. And one of the recurring themes was the request to have a caring adult. They said that over and over again. They also mentioned how they appreciated Dr. Lewis's visibility and accessibility. So that was really, really a key takeaway. And I also attended the Success by Six breakfast on the 23rd of January, which is a coalition for early childhood professionals in development. And also on the 23rd, I had the opportunity to attend the MLK One Dream. It was great seeing the students in action, their passion. You can see that they poured so much hard work into what they were doing. They are phenomenal. It was great seeing that, and also like to congratulate the people who put it on, the community members, the committee, and all the scholars as well. And I also had the opportunity to begin my week connecting with the Leadership Academy students. So that was a great kickstart to my week. I'm always connecting with them, making sure I stay visible and that caring adult in their life beyond high school. We had that conversation yesterday as well. So I'm enjoying that as well. Thank you.
Well, I would like to add in that, Erica and I have been going around town together because we went to all the same events. But I would just like to just piggyback off what she said. The common theme that I keep seeing is that, our community is improving, our communication is improving, and you see all these young students who I was encouraged at Lawrence High School to see the students stress being kind, and they stress that it's important to just grow the connection to the one caring adult. So I'm seeing that out in the community.
Well, mine's very small and short. So I attended a lot of orientations with the district site committees. I attended our district site council. It was our first meeting, I believe, and the discussion around that was that team would like to be more action-oriented with some of the district work here. And then I also attended our community partner, Peasley Tech, director orientation meeting. So that was a long Saturday meeting. So I'm excited to have joined Peasley Tech in that. I also attended the Student Voices, the first series around school safety, and I really appreciated their concerns and their challenges, and really was engaged with each other around those issues and bringing that to staff and administration and the board also. I attended the KSAB Boardmanship Leadership Training this last couple of weeks, and that's it.
Thank you, Paula. And Nola?
So for Shannon, I had a question concerning the leaks at Lawrence High. So me and another student at my school had done a bunch of reporting on Monday and Tuesday with the art teacher who had those problems, and I didn't even know, do you know what's going on with that? Because I went in there this morning, looked into his room, and it still is, just a little plastic tarp over the hole that has, through the roof. You can see daylight in it,
So GR and I, as members of the Facilities Committee, had our last meeting prior to the events of this last week. We have reached out to our staff and are awaiting some feedback on what has happened and what the plan is to address that. So if it's all right with you, once we have received that information, we can share that with you. Okay. Yeah. I want to give our staff an opportunity to inform us of what conversations have happened with our construction managers and our design team around those issues before we can really give you a better answer to that.
And do you know, this is just a question I have, who, because there was, I know there's some art supplies that were damaged, and some books in his room that were damaged. Do you know who that comes out of?
I think that's probably a question for Dr. Lewis in terms of
Yeah, certainly if there was anything
issues.
that was damaged, whether it was materials that he needs to teach, we will replace those. I think Jennifer's nodding her head out of her curriculum budget. So we'll definitely replace those. And we did, and you'll get some information from, of course, our team will get some information to our facilities committee, and I think Julie will reach out to members of the budget team as well. Just kind of, I think there was a misconception that that was a new roof. But it's certainly not a new roof. But we'll definitely get you some communication.
Good questions. Anyone else?
I do want to update the board on the work. I just completed my second meeting with our Superintendent Student Advisory Council, and the first meeting was more like just an overview. I kind of reviewed our strategic plan and began to talk about what our role is as what their role is as a Superintendent Student Advisory Council in terms of what we want to work on, what do we want to focus on. And today we addressed several issues. We got some really good feedback from the students around SROs and how we can improve the relationship there. We talked about our equity work and identifying some barriers there. It was really eye-opening to kind of hear from their perspectives, their lived experience in terms of, we looked at our AP, thanks Jennifer, we looked at some of the data that you're going to share tonight, but, and also safety. We continue to talk about safety. So this group is really allowing me insight in terms of, like I said, their daily lived experience. And so I shared with them that the work that we want to do there, again, is legacy work. I want them to be able to say that when they come back 10, 15 years from now, that I helped impact or improve Lawrence Public Schools. So very good group of students. I'm super excited to work with them.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Anyone else? Okay, now I'm ready. May I have a motion to approve you got it, you're good. Consent agenda?
I move the Board of Education adopt the items listed on the consent agenda.
Second. Oh, did you want to?
No, you good? We're good, right? Okay.
Kadu Blackwood,
Yes.
Gordon Ross,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Kimball,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Great. So at this time, we will have all three. Sammy, Devin, oh, yes, now you do it, sorry.
I've been
We're
the
going.
vice president since July. I think it was yesterday, but I would like to honor the folks that are retiring. Thank you to Daniels May for 20 years of service to our district and devotion to our community and schools. Additionally, I would like to sincerely thank Jennifer Kennedy for 27 years of service to our community and district. We hope that you have a lovely retirement and enjoy the well-earned break.
Yes. At this time, we'll have a report on the 2020, 21, and 21-22 school year calendars with Sammy Devin, J.C. Robertson, and Jill Anderson to report.
Okay, well, good evening, and thank you for allowing us this time this evening to be able to share the work that has come out of our the calendar committee. We've met several times this past few months, so I'd like to introduce Jill Anderson and J.C. Robertson, and they're going to go over some of the highlights of the calendar.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jill Anderson. My day job is Kennedy. I do early childhood at Kennedy. So we co-chair this committee. Just to put a few of the perimeters around there so the new people in this room can understand, we do go with the Kansas statute of 1,116 hours for the school year. That's how we start there. Our master agreement is student instructional days, the number of contact days, parent-teacher conferences, recording and reporting days, professional development days, elementary planning days, and then holidays and vacations. Okay.
J.C. Roberson, principal at Woodlawn. This is my first year on this committee. I was gifted this from Ms. Friedel, but it has been awesome. I'm learning a lot. Yes. Learning a lot, and that's always lovely. So along with the state statutes, we adhere to the traditional parameters that we are not required to. So the first semester is completed before winter break. Graduation is not in conflict with KU graduation, which is on May 17th. High school graduation practice is the Monday before graduation, and spring break coincides with KU's spring break on both of these calendars. New this year, that's a little different than in past years. Elementary students will begin on August 17th, which is a Monday, with a half day. In the past, elementary has always started on a Wednesday. And we included 2 inclement weather days into the calendar next year. Traditionally, we've had 1. So if we have snow days, then we would first attend those 2 identified inclement weather days, and then the next 2 days missed because of inclement weather will be forgiven. And that's about it. Yeah.
Questions?
I have a couple. Okay. I think I told Dr. Lewis I was going to ask this, so hopefully he let you know. So I have a high school graduate coming, and hopefully another one in a few years. The graduation date is on Tuesday. This is a hardship for families who want to celebrate their kids' graduation because they're having to take days off in the middle of the week, or family are traveling and they can't come for those celebrations. I don't know if this is traditional, if there's some, I mean, if like traditional across all high schools everywhere, or do we have to do that, or?
It's not traditional of all high schools everywhere in the state of Kansas, and it's not set in stone that we have to do that. I have Mark Pruitt in the audience, and he's going to give you some history behind why it's through the week and not on the weekend. Okay.
Thank you.
So traditionally, for several years before I arrived in the district, we had back-to-back graduations on Sunday. Then I think it was probably 2012 or 13, there was a conflict with KU's graduation, and it was going to bump ours to after Memorial Day. So we met with parents of both Free State, Lawrence High, to look at options, and that's where we selected. By doing graduation midweek, it allowed us to keep it sort of in the same time frame of before Memorial Day, knowing that it created obstacles for some, but it also created opportunities for others. And so we've kind of looked at that. We've had some parents ask, and I've not heard personally that there's a big push to change one way or the other.
Okay, I'm the first big push. I would love to see it happen. I just think it would be,
We'll
I mean,
make it
as a,
work wherever it
yeah,
is.
I mean, I almost, not just from, I just think for a lot of families that there could be some value in that. But I agree that anytime you change a schedule, somebody wins, somebody loses. I appreciate it.
And let me add to that, since I've been on this committee forever, okay? So that was a board directive. The board participates in both graduations. So the board then had a 2:00 graduation, and they turned
Oh, please
around-
don't tell me that's why.
And then they had a 4:30
7 of us
graduation.
were put out?
And if it's really warm, then we had some medical issues that came up because it
Okay.
was so hot outside. Okay?
Okay.
And at that point, and maybe this has changed, but we rented chairs. So it was, you had to rent a set for Free State and a set for Lawrence High, which was a cost, right? So doing it on 2 separate nights was cooler, right? And that there was one rental, because then we could do that way for a cost preventive for that way. It also is because you have teachers that you also want at graduations. And with that being in their work week instead of Sundays, that was easier to do. Okay?
Sure.
Plus all of your custodial staff that has to, it's a production.
Yeah.
So with all of that, but that's just a side note, that it came from a
mean,
Or
teachers have to come outside of their workday period. I mean, when they come in the evening, it's not like that's the time they would normally be there. I mean, okay, I'm going to digress. Yes, thank you. That's helpful
There was
context.
also-
I can probably provide some context. So I was on the board when this changed.
The reason that I
No,
don't
no, and actually,
Really?
it was not a board-driven thing. But when it was presented to the board, kind of this whole set of reasons, some of which
Yeah.
Jill had described, some of which you had mentioned, the calendar reasons conflicting with KU, our need to be able to use Allen Fieldhouse as our backup location. It was all of those things together that at the time, the recommendation came from administration to move it. We did have a lot of conversation about that trade-off for some families, and we heard kind of positives and negatives on both sides. So just I wanted to reassure you that it was not because board members complained about sitting out in the hot sun. Although I will say that the one year we did it on the Sunday afternoon, I was several months pregnant, and it was really miserable.
Yeah.
But that was not a factor in the decision at all. It was really a whole lot of other things.
Oh, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
It's like,
Are you trying to tell us something?
yeah, lights out.
So I do have, I don't know if it's a question or a suggestion, but someone mentioned that a lot of the activities or what we do is in alignment with the University of Kansas. So I was wondering if, and I'm sorry, colleagues, that I didn't get the opportunity to bring this up earlier, but if we also check Haskell Indian Nations University, because their programming is similar to, and they go out of their way to check our district and the University of Kansas timeline. So I think it would, with our other university in town, that we pay them the respect to also recognize.
Even theirs is a lot earlier than the rest of us. Their graduation ceremonies are about a week ahead of us.
They are. And I'm meeting with Dean Chuckluck here next week, so I'll ask her. So.
So, can I? So along those lines, I'm also going to say the second most controversial thing I could possibly say. I do not think that spring break should be aligned with KU's calendar, and this is why. Because it means, and I could be, and I know not everyone will agree with me, and certainly my KU colleagues are probably would not agree with me, but the KU spring break is so early in the year, and one of the things we explored in the negotiations committee was the gap between when teachers get a break in the spring. So while I appreciated the snow days that were built in, and Anna kind of explained to me that you looked at, is there a possibility of solidly adding in another days that teachers know they're going to have in the middle of April that would do things like perhaps help with attendance or I mean, for teachers needing a mental health break, and just looking at when the timeline of spring break as a tradition of correlating with KU certainly has a value add for this community. I would not say that, I wouldn't argue that it doesn't, but I am thinking about our staff specifically, and for them, there does seem in the calendar to be this long gap between when there is the break from March to end of May, and we've heard from teachers that it's too long. So that would be one other thing I would ask you to think about. I know that we are going to approve a 2-year calendar. So maybe the next time that you all meet to do this, I will not be sitting on the board. But I would ask that you consider that the graduation dates maybe being Thursdays and Fridays, or spring break, looking at the possibility of moving it. So anyway, just a thought.
So you can approve both years, but as you know, you've approved modifications.
Oh, that's helpful,
throughout.
Anna. Thank you.
One that I'm just going to put out there that we may have to modify is, as we're working on making sure that the 9 o'clock option for students will not have a negative budget impact, we may have to come back and add a plan day or some day for high school staff. So some of the, not necessarily graduation, but we can share those things with the calendar committee, and if there is some compromise, they may. come back.
Yeah.
With
Well,
another calendar.
I have to, Anna was explaining to me how you all do your work, and that, I mean, thank you. So these are just minor observations, not, it seems to me like it must take a good, a lot of effort and conversation and compromise, and I appreciate all the effort that goes into it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. So,
I move that the Board of Education adopt the recommended calendars for the 2020, 2021, and the 2021, 2022 school years. Say that 5 times fast.
I know. Oh, this is unanimous. Oh, no, you have to.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kadu Blackwood,
Yes.
Gordon Ross,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Kimball,
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
We will have next curriculum update and the 2021 course proposals with Dr. Stubblefield, Deputy Superintendent, and Dr. Besselo, Director of Curriculum. Oh. Dr. Kelly? Patrick Kelly?
All right, good evening.
Patrick Kelly, sorry, Director of Career and Technical Education.
I'm Jennifer Besselo. I'm glad to be here. Very excited anytime to talk about curriculum and instruction. As Ms. Johnson mentioned, we're also here tonight with Patrick Kelly, Director of Career and Technical Education. So he'll pop up quite a bit to share a few slides with us tonight. Really, the presentation tonight is just going to discuss a little bit of focused curriculum work that we've done with our English and language arts, social studies at the elementary level, and mathematics, as well as the course proposals. And we'll also plan to share some data from our advanced placement, advanced courses, and Jayhawk blueprints. So we have a lot of curriculum work that we're doing, but we'll focus on that for tonight as in accordance with our timeline, as that's where we're putting a lot of our budget and our leadership hours this semester or this year. So this is just a quick reminder. I heard a lot of reference in the board video to strategic plans. So we have a strategic team that is comprised of several folks at the Teaching and Learning Department, as well as Special Education Student Services. So we meet periodically to talk about how we're working and progressing through the plan. But essentially, both of these items identified in green are really in phase 1. So we bundled them very intentionally together. But as we work through curriculum with any content area, we're first trying to identify what we want students to be able to know and do. So essentially, we're talking about getting back to the standards, and we're talking about a rich scope and sequence so that no matter if a teacher's been a veteran teacher for 20 years or they're coming brand new to the district, they have a sense and pulse of what they're expected to be teaching. And then the second item that we're really focusing on is using our instructional resources that truly and authentically honor and preserve students' backgrounds and diversity. And so that comes, the easier part of that is adopting new resources and vetting them. But the other side of that work is, as we review those content areas, ensuring that the curriculum materials that are out in the field are appropriate and diverse and relevant to our students. So last spring, you heard a very detailed report of what was happening in our English language arts curriculum. So we're really in year 2 of English language arts. And so I do want to give credit to Rachel Smith. She is our secondary English as a language arts curriculum coach. So she kind of has a duality of a learning coach and specifically that ELA content area. She's worked a lot with the teams, specifically to middle school and high school. And so out of that rich curriculum that you saw last spring, we're continuing some very intentional work this year and finishing those units specific to 9th and 10th grade at the English language arts. We have a very different thematic approach now to our content as we're teaching to standards first, and then we have broader, larger themes. And then we are focusing now on creating a vertical alignment plan, so 6th straight writing. Writing is easy to get lost within a content area and become content focused or novel focused. And so we just did at our last January 7th high school professional development a calibration with both middle and high school teachers as far as how are we seeing our different papers come through those 6th straight writing. So it's really neat to see our middle school and high school colleagues in the same room talking about some writing. We are bundling that next year with the work that our elementary folks are doing to create a 612 writing progression document that we can really dig into and make sure that that scaffolding of skills is there. American Lit 2, 1 and 2, you heard a little bit about last year. This is our first year at the high school level of some successful integration and implementation of this being a choice option. Last year and previous years, you may recall, American Literature 1 was a required and controversial course. And so we've done a lot of work, and they're continuing to finish what those units look like. But essentially, students have a choice of enrolling. They have to take either one American Lit 1 or American Lit 2. But we've also done some very intentional scope and sequencing so that the time period of American Lit 1 is not focusing on a very oppressive years for certain populations. We're incorporating Renaissance period and some other positive contributions. So even if students opt to take American Lit 1, which can be heavy with everything from Puritanism to some slavery and components that chronologically are fitting that time period, we're also seeing celebrations of some of those same groups. So that's been a big milestone, and we've been adopting new resources that are going to be supporting that, as well as an anthology. American Lit 2, we've actually increased the number, the chronological years from like 1920 to present, because there's a lot of contemporary novels as well. We don't want to think about American literature as always being something in the past. So really good work is coming out of that group, a lot of new progressive ideas, very relevant curriculum, so I'm excited about that, and that work should be completed this year. We talked a lot about novel adoptions even last year, so we're excited, and we have the pleasure of having a little bit of budget resource to really be looking at that. 9th and 10th grade already adopted new anthologies, so those are actually in circulation now. We're being very focused and intentional as we build curriculum scope and sequences with having novels that have been vetted and approved that teachers have to select from, so that already have some vetting and some background in how to use them. We've also excited about a partnership with our Parents of Color and our Equity Advisory Council. So we actually have parents and stakeholders in our community that have offered to vet and provide multiple perspectives to our novels. So it's not just an internal component. And I'm really proud of our teacher teams and Rachel Smith's work in that they came forward and said, even though we're using this really rich tool, which is what we call our CSRC, our culturally relevant resource criteria, or sustainable resource criteria. It's a document we've had many eyes on, including some external stakeholders, and making sure that when we're adopting resources, they're appropriate. But it's exciting to hear our teachers say, largely we're a white, female-based instructional group, and we don't feel comfortable saying that this is the one and only perspective, even if 3 or 4 of us vet it. So it's been really exciting. We've had a lot of awareness and a lot of shifts in that. And then we've been taking that work and pushing that into the field during professional development with the colleagues not on the leadership team. So a lot of shifts and movement in ELA, but we're excited at the outcomes that we're getting. Go forward. There we go. Last thing with ELAs, we've had some really rich conversations about calibrating our definition of what general education and advanced education courses are. Although it seems that's something that would come very natural, we did do a deeper dive in what are we really saying is advanced courses. And so really we're trying to look at the same curriculum. It's a deeper dive into rigor, higher autonomy, and then there's additional writing components. The diversity of materials are spreading over into both classes. So no longer are we necessarily saying a student is now ready to go if they read a certain canon of literature. So we're hoping that opens doors in terms of equity and who's feeling that that curriculum may be applicable to them. And so that has been calibrated over both high schools, and we're really excited that it was a teacher-defined definition, and that's going to be something that we continue to be pervasive in all the curriculum decisions we make as we adopt new resources. Switching over a little bit to math. So secondary math, this is the first year of our curriculum timeline that we really launched with working through essentially aspiring a leadership team that got together, and then that's math and special education and ELL voices. In all of our curriculum models, it's a teacher-focused team. So we have, kudos to Dr. Shakia Bland, she is our math curriculum coach, really supporting 6 through 12. And then we have been lucky to bring in Melissa Fast. She was the former Kansas Department of Education math consultant who's branched out to do some independent work. So she's been working not just on the standards and familiarity of the standards, but focus standards. So Kansas really has a 70-20-10 weighting to the standards. So when we are defining a scope and sequence, we want to make sure that we're aligning to those percentages. Otherwise, what is maybe transferring into state assessments and different areas that we're being evaluated on, that weighting might not be equal. So as we write our scope and sequence, we're working with her, and she's brought a lot of really good support in terms of how we're thinking about instruction, how we're scaffolding, how we're maintaining rigor, and then, of course, that transfer of knowledge. So one observation we've had is that our students can master it in isolated skills, isolated lessons, but are they performing on those state math assessments and other bigger, higher tasks assessments? So those are some really good conversations we've had, not just with our math curriculum leadership, but also largely with our math colleagues in the field. So she's come out and done some work with us. We were excited Dr. Lewis came by and was our celebrity visitor for January 7th to see us there. So really good work. All these pictures that you're seeing throughout the presentation is work that that has transpired this year. And if you see, you always see like teachers at the board. So we really try to have a facilitation model. And then when we have a consultant come in, we put our teachers to work. So we want them to own the curriculum and feel a part of that. We also have specific housing structures for any curriculum documents that have been made, any instructional shifts, so that we realize not every math teacher has the pleasure of being at the table or writing that, and we don't want to lose anything in transference to the field. So we've been very intentional, not only with providing professional development space for what does that mean and how is that communication happening to the other teachers, but also that they have this housing structure so that 2 years from now, new teachers coming in have a place that they can access scope and sequence and some of those instructional shifts. We are almost to the point of looking at resource review and adoption, so this would be our textbooks. We're really proud and excited that some of our teachers are looking at open education resources, so no one's asking and clamoring for books. In fact, Algebra 2, I have to give them some kudos that they said even last year they were working ahead based on need and said, you know what, would it save us money if we just held tight because there's nothing out there that we really like right now? And that's when we know we've got some mileage, that they understand and know their standards so well that they're not necessarily going with a textbook that's trying to just parcel it out for them. So really proud of the work that the teachers have put in and the knowledge and capacity that they have bringing to the table. And then the last thing is our common formative assessment. So you heard a little bit about that. That's still in the works, so we can't say that it's happening absolutely with fidelity. But what that is a teacher practice where they are writing a common assessment, giving that common assessment based on certain standards that they're essentially, I call it dipsticking, it's like checking the oil. Then they come back together as a teaching team in PLCs, as professional learning communities, and then they start to discuss what worked, what didn't, what's the data telling us, and it's a great opportunity to share instructional practices. So they're getting more familiar and comfortable with writing that, being very specific about the standards that they're aligning through the scope and sequence. So elementary is just getting started on their math alignment work because they finished some social studies trimester work that we'll talk about in a second. So we brought Melissa Fast in. It was actually last week for the first time. So you could see we were writing two-step word problems. So we have teachers highly engaged in pulling away from just walking through those resources into those deeper instructional methodologies, and really getting into some state level resources and just really working through those focus level standards. And then really we need to look at that bottom point, intervention tools. What do we do if the students are showing gaps, and how do we slow down and reteach concepts while making sure our other students are ready to move forward? So we're really starting to get richly more familiar with the actual math practices and what that needs to look like and transfer into the classroom. We had an upgrade that, thanks to you guys, we had an upgrade to the 2018 Math Expressions. That's the core math resource. It's currently rated as one of the top programs in the nation, but we have very intentionally stayed with 1 and 2 year contracts because we want to make sure that we do our curriculum work first before we find resources and get ourselves locked into a longer contract. So those are conversations Dr. Stubblefield and I have had, along with Darcy, our elementary curriculum director. But through some of the work with Math Expressions, we've been intentional about building teachers' capacity and how to use the tool. And so you'll see a lot of professional development that we have already offered, as well as a separate group pilot. We have 60 elementary teachers and some of our learning coaches out in the field that are receiving additional instruction and additional resource training so that we're making informed decisions. These are math and English language arts tend to be the most expensive curriculum adoptions, so that we're making the right choices. So meanwhile, we are looking at other programs and talking to the consultants who are out in the field. But what we are currently using right now is ranked really high. So we're excited about that upgrade. There's also a personal math trainer component that has an adaptive component, so that we're really looking at what do students need individually instead of a group instructional approach.
Dr. Bessler, before you switch gears to social studies, I have a quick question about the secondary math. So one of the things I read and heard about recently is a shift in focus with the College Board testing tools to have a greater emphasis on statistical skills. And I've read some commentary that our traditional high school math course sequence doesn't do enough to teach students to be successful on that. So has that come up in the discussions that you're having? I know we have our state standards and they may not have moved to that place yet. So how if at all, has that come up in the conversation?
You know, so we've had kind of in the background a lot of conversations just about acceleration and where are students ending up and where do they need to be. And so in some partnerships with the University of Kansas, they actually said the same thing that you just mentioned, that if math departments and colleges had their way, they would actually prefer that we not push into calculus 1 and 2 and instead hit more statistics. And so if you look at the workplace trends, that field is a little bit higher in terms of math concepts, is in that statistical area and working with stats versus that. The other of the Calc 1, Calc 2, and even some pre-calc. So what you're saying, we are hearing over and over again. We have talked about course alignment. There wasn't a whole lot of, I would say, teacher interest in moving that course alignment, but I think it's something that we need to circle back around and continue to talk through. What we are trying to do is look at our numbers of students that are starting with acceleration practices, which is essentially skipping sometimes the 6th grade math class and jumping in. If they're actually still landing in those higher level math classes, do they not take that last math requirement that you have to at the end of the year? So those are things that we have talked about trying to track so that we can see if we're getting our students where they want to be. Parents inevitably will continue to push. One thing that we're doing differently this year is trying to provide some more parent information. We have one of the first parent information nights that I've had since being in the district 6 years, that we're getting our 5th grade parents here February 27th to start talking about where do you want to be. But I think individual plans of study would be a component of that. They have a heavier stats component in the upper level math classes, but not the standalone classes. So we could look at that as a math team and look at that. For next year, we don't have any shifts in the course alignment though.
Okay.
But you're right.
Okay, thank you.
You've heard already last year, our veteran board members, the social studies curriculum, we essentially had an older resource. It was publication date of 2003. So that's where we kind of shifted off a little bit from our timeline. Initially, social studies wasn't supposed to be until last year, but we had concerns about relevancy, diversity, and just the timeliness of the resource. So we have worked a lot last year with the consultant, Glenn Wiebe, and then finished the 3rd trimester unit this year. Really good example of the teacher-created curriculum, framing out and coming back through the teacher feedback loop. So we have professional development that we've laid out. We've done a lot of very intentional onboarding with teachers of what that looks like. And then the feedback loop of 3 times a year, we ask principals to do a pulse check of, hey, what's working, what's not working, and then that feedback comes directly back to the curriculum team, and then we can tweak and provide a revision process. This March 26th, we have plans to where all of our elementary teachers, K-5, will get to sit down with their grade level curriculum writers and make any kinds of suggestions or tweaks to the curriculum. So we're excited about that work that's been done. This will give you an example. This is just a snapshot out of one of our grade level elementaries of what teachers are seeing. It's typically 4 to 5 pages, accessible through an internal, essentially it's a unified classroom page so teachers can access it. But this is a quick glance, and then it opens up into a lot of different frames, lots of choices for teachers. Or a veteran teacher, we don't want to get in their way. They can take the frame and run. But we are just really opening up more how questions, essential questions that's supporting those big ideas. So this is an example of how do environments and circumstances influence Indigenous groups. So we're asking students to do more critical thinking skills. They're using more open education resources and primary documents versus reading one version in a textbook that's pretty canned. We have amazing resources in this community between Haskell and Watkins, and so we're really working on reaching out and what does that look like to make history come alive here in our classrooms. So really exciting stuff here, but we have really good legs underneath it for the first time. And if you notice, we're not asking for any textbooks. This is all built-in resources that are out there already at the teacher's fingertips. There's maybe a few books that we've purchased focusing on community for first grade and their little readers. So really excited about that work, but curriculum's always a work in progress, so we're gonna listen to our teachers and make changes as needed. So this slide just touches base a little bit on our focus of visibility of learning and student clarity. So when we ask our teachers to jump into the different curriculum and the shifts in curriculum, we're just wanting to be very intentional that we are providing the visibility and clarity for teachers, but that the teachers are providing that clarity for students. So what this looks like is by capturing and posting essential questions and big ideas on the board or in a very transparent way. So a student walks into a classroom, they should be seeing an essential question posted on the board. Still a work in progress. I believe our DigiCoach walkthroughs were showing principals were saying 64% of the time they're seeing essential questions posted, but the accountability component is coming from principal walkthroughs and our DigiCoach walkthrough tools where we have some data that's capturing is it happening. We have provided professional development on our side and continue to talk about how do those essential questions and big ideas come through our PLCs and become part of the teacher conversation. After the curriculum teams do the work, these essential questions and big ideas are already vetted and provided for teachers through the framework. So that's how we're getting some continuity of what's happening at Free State's happening at Lawrence High. But these are, again, teacher-created essential questions. But we don't want it to just be a question that's on the board. So the other piece is the instructional alignment. So as we look in the class, we're training our principals and asking our principals to make sure that the essential question is actually aligned to what the students are doing. And so we love to walk in classes and ask them, hey, what are you learning about? And see if the student is paralleling the two. But we're also really focused on instructional alignment with our state standards and then our tasks and the depth of knowledge. So is the rigor really happening? The role of common formative assessments we've talked about as at the teacher level for having those conversations about what's working for you. Is Ms. Kimball's data looking like my data, and what's Ms. Kimball doing different for her students to be more successful? And then those published scope and sequence documents have that transparency of what teachers essentially should be teaching. One of our goals as we get this up and running and continuing to add more content areas is to have that transparency to our community of what the scope and sequences are. So every once in a while I'll get emails from parents, especially at the elementary level, asking for those. So we've talked about making that a transparent component of communication that parents can look that up and see what those essential questions and what those frameworks look like.
Dr. Bessler, what was really exciting today in our, again, our Superintendent Student Advisory Council, I just opened the floor and asked them to share some exciting things that were going on in their building, and some students shared that they're seeing essential questions up in their classrooms. And I know one said Dr. Johnson comes around and checks to make sure that they're up. And so it's really good to see that the work that we're talking about and doing here, I didn't even mention essential questions. They just brought it up, that those were some of the things that they were seeing in their classroom. And so that's where it really gets down to the classroom level and for them to really see the importance of while they're on the board.
I appreciate hearing that. Little funny story from Dr. Johnson. She said, I think I'm going to have to get a quieter cart, because what's happening is sometimes as she rolls the cart down the hallway, sometimes the teachers are writing that essential question at the last minute. So, but that's a great example of how those principal partnerships are so critical, because if we just think that we're writing and it's happening, we know that that's a little bit of a dystopian thought. So we want to make sure that not only our district folks out in the classrooms, which Dr. Lewis has us out in classrooms, but we also want to make sure that our principals are supported and that level of accountability is happening. So I'm going to pass it over to Patrick for a minute.
Just a quick update on career and technical education. I'm Patrick Kelly, Director of Career and Tech Ed. We had updates this year to health and bioscience, finance and architecture and construction. If you're not familiar for new board members, career and tech ed changes a lot, and that's to keep up with the changes that happen in industry and with technology. And so each year we probably do revisions of curriculum for at least 3 to 4 pathways as mandated by the state. They'll change courses on us through their advisory boards, so we have to make adjustments. We do district-wide career field PLCs once per semester. Remember, some of our career and tech teachers are going to be the only teacher in their building that teaches that content. So we use online digital platforms to be able to meet face-to-face during PLCs. It's really helpful. You may be the only agriculture teacher in your building and you have nobody to really bounce ideas or instructional practices off. How do I do this? I'm thinking about an aquaponics lesson. What does that look like? So that's been great. We have completed our 2 advisory board meetings that are required. We're actually going to do a 3rd one this year, so we're pretty excited about that. That's part of your strategic plan, is to have those advisory board meetings. Some of you are on those advisory board meetings, so we thank you for your service there. And those advisory boards tell us what we need locally. What are businesses and industries looking for locally? How can we make changes? They also help us in the development of improvement goals. Every pathway must have a 3-year improvement plan that's updated annually on 4 areas. That would be partnerships, professional development, physical environment, and instructional resources and practice. So our advisory boards can tell our CTE teachers, hey, this is some professional development that you might look into. So for example, in the automotive area, they might say, hey, we're making a big shift this year to, a while back it was hybrid vehicles. And so our teacher needed to go and get some training on how they would maintain hybrid vehicles so that when our students went out, they would have those skills. So those are just some of the curriculum updates. We're going to go in for a few more here in just a little bit, but wanted to give you some of that.
What you're looking at here is a revised elementary curriculum resource timeline. I know the board from last year and the year before has seen kind of a different version. We've cleaned it up, made it a little more simplified, but essentially the big change that we have put out there is we've slowed down with some intentionality. We essentially had created the curriculum timeline based on the State Board of Education, how they approve and revise state standards, so that the year after the state makes any kind of changes, we can jump on it and make sure that our curriculum is relevant and standards-based. So that's how we initially got the first version. What happened the last 2 years ago is we've created tidal waves of curriculum shifts for our elementary teachers that probably we need to slow down a little bit. So between that and then the state having science, essentially science was supposed to be an area of focus this year. The state doesn't have a science consultant this year. They have readopted the NGSS, which is the same integrated science standards that we're using. So because of the work and where elementary is at, we have decided through group conversations to push that back into next year. And the year after next. And then next year, we're really focusing on English language arts, not just a resource adoption. Reading Street does fall off, which is our big primary reading curriculum resource, but to also focus on the state. You may be familiar with the changes that are coming down the pike with dyslexia requirements, as well as the shifts in just reading instructional practices. So we've talked a lot and had great conversations with Darcy and our elementary principals about just focusing on instructional practice as we pull in those curriculum resources. So you see a few, those are the biggest revisions, is that ELA's pushed on there again, and then we pushed science 1 year back. It's allowing our teachers to breathe and do the work and really feel like they can actually implement the work before, like I said, another tidal wave comes to them as they try to manage all 4 of those subject areas together. I do want to give a compliment to Esther, who is our early childhood learning director and coordinator. She has jumped on, so early learning is actually on the standards for next year. She's already working through some of our curriculum design process to identify priority standards with their team. She's been wonderful to partner with, so instead of saying K-12, we're trying to say PK-12, and so we're talking a lot about kindergarten readiness standards and how we can tightly align that partnership. So exciting things there. Secondary curriculum resource timeline looks very similar. What we've shaved off is this phase 3. Essentially, teachers are navigating curriculum. Those curriculum structures happen at the leadership level. We have to provide professional development to the teachers out in the field who may or may not be a part of that curriculum team. And then phase 2, we talk about full implementation of the curriculum as well as that common formative assessment. So when I mentioned that we're in the works, common formative assessments is a work in progress. That's that phase 2. So as you'll see, that it's kind of a stair step down and to the right as we work through that timeline. You will see that career and technical education, as Patrick mentioned, is on there, and they do have some waves as well of that timeline integration. So wanted to share a little bit of data with you on advanced placement, concurrent enrollment, to give you a snapshot of where we're at. This is from this year. So we wanted to look at it, and I want to give Zach kudos. I asked him to pull some of this data for us. So we wanted to look at it from a couple different ways. So we wanted to look at race of students enrolled. This is advanced placement courses on this slide. And we wanted to look at lunch status and gender. So what you're seeing is very typical to the national norm of where we're seeing a lot of white, female paid lunches in terms of who's enrolled in these advanced placement courses. An interesting statistic in looking at our male to female ratio, we are actually 300 more male students than female students between the two high schools. So when we see that the male population is lower, it's actually not representing what we have in our schools. Right now we have 300 more male students in our high schools than female. So to give you kind of an idea of what that looks like. And I'll come back to this so you have an idea. But what we did is I asked Zach, who's able to give us our district race totals. So I played around a little bit with the numbers, and what you're seeing under demographic representation, so that's the percentage of students per that race based on our student population at our high schools right now. So that gives you an idea of 67% of our students are white, 9.6% Hispanic. So that column is reflective of the graph to the right. What you're seeing in that middle, it says AP ratio, is we were just trying to break down of what of that population is taking those classes to see if the disparities were the same. Do we still have achievement gaps and so on? So we wanted to give you some transparency of data here, where the widest gap of students represented to students taking advanced placement is actually our white students, but that's based on a higher percentage of population. So essentially that's reading 23% of white students are taking an advanced placement course. So we still have some smaller population groups that we're keeping an eye on, and we're going to talk in just a second about what our action plan and answer is for that. But this gives you a little bit of a pulse of who's taking the classes right now. This just to give you a brief glance. This is our advanced courses. So where we don't control our advanced placement curriculum that's dictated from National Board, we do have advanced courses. So we write the curriculum for the advanced courses. So if you look at this, we're following a very similar trajectory as we did the advanced placement courses.
So the advanced placement courses that are taken, that's including AVID students, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. I'll think of my next question.
Yeah. So then we also wanted to pull our Jayhawk Blueprint. So Jayhawk Blueprint is our concurrent courses. So these are courses that students are taking, and it's a partnership with the University of Kansas right now, where they have a class that they're taking that they receive upon successful completion, high school credit as well as university credit. So this is the statistics for enrollment for them as well. So again, we're mirroring the white, paid, female, even increasing the gender gap a little bit more in terms of who's taking those Jayhawk Blueprint courses. So we're still following the same patterns as we're looking at, which isn't unfortunately unique nationally, but we are talking about our next step is we want to grapple with last year's data and see are we closing some gaps, and then we want to look at some state and national trend data. And unfortunately, with even advanced placement, I was able to locate advanced, where advanced placement students were taking the exams, and it was following that same trajectory, but it doesn't really give me any kind of data on who's actually taking the classes, because as we know, you can take an advanced placement course and don't have to take the exam. So what are we doing about this? So we have a few action items, and this is, I love it, Dr. Lewis says it best, this is where equity work lives, right? This is where we can start to move forward. So we're doing a couple things differently. We did, with Jayhawk Blueprint last year, we did a big parent night. I know some of you came, and we really talked a lot to the parents, but in having some good conversations with our counselors who work with the students every day, they had talked about some students just hearing that there was even a fee associated with Jayhawk Blueprint courses just kind of shut down and said, I can't do it. Even when counselors said, well, there's a scholarship, it just seemed mentally that there was another hurdle there. So we talked about in some brainstorming, getting KU and myself out to those schools and talking about the formality of the Jayhawk Blueprint scholarship and the money that's there, because it's not a scholarship that right now is very hard to obtain. It's aligned to if you're free and reduced lunches. So there's literally, essentially, a form that we need permission to check free and reduced lunches so that we can obtain those scholarships. So we think with more communication to students that would increase numbers. We did have over 350 students at Free State taking the Jayhawk Blueprint courses versus 109 at Lawrence High School. So we've been having some very intentional conversations about how do we build capacity and make sure that those opportunities are there for all of our students. Curriculum relevance.
Can I ask a question there before you move on? So I appreciate the information about the student contact information scholarships. So one thing that occurs to me in terms, I'm glad to hear you're looking at national data and you're kind of you're wrestling with how do we make this easier. But I wonder if it's something that's quite simple, like if you didn't use the word scholarship. If you, I mean, I'm sure that you have been exploring these possibilities about how the communication to students gets, how they understand the ease of getting that waiver, or if you chose, scholarship is an academic word, and it means something very specific. And for kids that perhaps don't see themselves in those classes for any myriad of barriers, scholarship probably aligns with specific classmates they know to be anxious about applying for those scholarships as well. Maybe they don't see themselves within that realm. I mean, just a thought, or it just equals work. I mean, to me, like this, it seems like there are just some, and Dr. Lewis, you talked about, there might be these very simple things that you could do that would reduce some of the barriers. Because I know there's always this conversation about how do you reach students on free and reduced lunch when you can't necessarily identify them as such when you're doing, can you articulate that piece, like how you identify who might be eligible and how you recruit them and those types of barriers?
No, that's a great point. I think if we use a different word than scholarship, I think you have a great point that we need to think about is how we're even framing that. Scholarship sounds like a hoop that I have to jump through. And then how are we, the identification is tricky just because right now we can make some sweeping judgments based on some subgroups that we're targeting and talking about. One of the things that's exciting about as we reach out and talk with department chairs and our counselors is that there isn't a lot of gatekeeping happening as far as teachers wanting students of color and to close some of those achievement gaps. So we've talked about that relational aspect that came up earlier tonight of just having a conversation and feeling like they're invited into that space or that somebody thinks that they could do that work. I think that's a big component. We can't share, of course, the free and reduced lunches. I can't even access it without the parent permission. So those are pieces I think that are still hurdles that we've got to work through. But we also think, although advanced placement has its own curriculum, Jayhawk Blueprint has its own curriculum, advanced, we control that curriculum. So making sure that we're writing curriculum that's friendlier, and that's has come back as some feedback first from informal feedback from some of our students is feeling that curriculum is a place and space that they belong or even interested in.
So Dr. Stubblefield has talked about individual plans of study and how the state has been seeking that, has required that we get on that particular area. So that also, I'm sure, will be a vehicle for driving students toward classes that maybe they could have always been accessing and were not.
Right.
Correct?
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
another.
In fact, to Dr. Stubblefield's credit, she brought some of that up earlier today as we talked about, if a student's going to be a junior and we're just now having this conversation, we probably missed the mark. So how does this back up earlier into setting some tones and levels of encouragement and expectation for all students that's happening earlier in their years, middle school, elementary? We talk about maybe how some of our title students are serviced throughout the district. So I think it starts earlier with some mindsets as one point. And so that's the earlier conversations and the plans of study. I think AVID's a really good example of how we ask students to take just one advanced class. And so that is starting to really open up some doors and build some confidence for some students. And then I think parents is making sure that the parents understand that those pieces are in place and that we have some outreach. Even though we've pushed out a lot of communication about Jayhawk Blueprint and some of the scholarship or waivers that are available, you'd be surprised how many parent calls we take over the summer of parents who are just not quite sure, hey, what's this opportunity again? How do I navigate it? That kind of thing. So I want to make sure that there's not harder tracks in terms of obtaining that waiver form for parents that shut them off.
From a board's perspective, can you talk a little bit, like as the university has, I know this is a very affordable credit hour and we're lucky to have, and I'm excited about the new coursework that's coming. I'm glad they're there. But at the state level, there's been some conversations around making these courses free. So do you know the policy? What should we be doing as a board in terms of advocating that we don't have to talk to students about waiver because it's accessible to everyone?
I think that would be a dream. I can tell you right now. I know KU has kind of hit that threshold in terms of who I'm working with as far as it being a paid opportunity. But we do have tight partnerships with like the interim vice provost of undergraduate studies. I'll bring that up and see how close they are to those conversations. I know this doesn't apply to anything free, but we've also asked them to be considerate of our virtual school students. And even if it's one of the current courses we offer, could we offer an online component? So we've been trying to kind of push and expand that partnership. Kay's still been very responsive, even with the change Dr. Burns-Wallace left. But I to your point about the free courses, I think that would be an amazing opportunity. And we're also trying to think differently of even providing some students with an online opportunity in brick and mortar schools. I know Mr. Graber and I had conversations about what could that look like. Can we scaffold and make sure that students get a successful run if they choose to do an online class while a teacher's still there checking on them, that kind of thing.
Do we have that opportunity, or we had it a while ago? I feel like maybe 4 years ago there was opportunities to take online courses. Am I missing something? Like through Johnson County?
I think through Johnson County we have.
Okay.
Yeah, so Excel and CTE, Senate Bill 155 is how we access courses through Johnson County Community College, Neosho County Community College. So yeah, that dream of having free college courses, if you will reframe your idea of what a college course is, it's available now. So any of our students who take Certified Nurse Aid or any of our courses at the College and Career Center, those are free college courses. Through Senate Bill 155 and Excel and CTE.
Yeah, those are, it's actually been a very meaningful, I love that you all do that. It's one of my favorite things that we do in the district. I just want to, I don't mean to, this was one of the things I was concerned would happen when we implemented this. We would create more opportunity for students that had opportunity, which is great. I mean, I'm glad we're doing that. And I always want to see us doing more, but I also don't want to be contributing to disparity. So I'm just wondering, when you look at these numbers, have you set goals? Do you have target numbers? Is there for you something, not for you, but for each individual building, this standard isn't, we all agree, is not acceptable. So next year our target would be, I don't know how you all manage that, but I'm just wondering, is that an approach or something that the board could say, hey, did you meet that marker?
Absolutely, absolutely. I know with our demographics slightly changing from year to year, it's hard to set that. But in terms of, Dr. Lewis was really invested in what did last year's data look like. I'm making a sweeping generalization, but I think that we have made progress in terms of who's in those classes. I know when I talked to some of the teachers and instructors that they said that they've been very intentional about grabbing some students that they think might not have maybe found themselves naturally trying to track into those areas and encouraging them to take that. And they thought that relational approach was really supportive. The other thing we've been working on, and we just had a big professional development with our principals the other day, and they played along really nicely, is what we've just had really meaningful conversations about rigor and what constitute an advanced class. And so we've sometimes become misinformed that rigor means harder, or there's more hazing involved, or you've got to do this without scaffolding. And so we've really tried to reset that norm where rigor's rigor. We've told the University of Kansas, we will absolutely meet your curriculum, but I'm really impressed when the professors come to the table. There is not this Ivy League elite approach to the curriculum. It's how do we make the students successful? And that's been the most reaffirming piece for me to hear, is that we're really kind of getting a grasp on what rigor and advanced coursework looks like, instead of trying to say, here's the bar, only a few of you make it. So I think that paradigm shift is helping, but I do think opening up the opportunities, we've got to get students feeling like they belong in those spaces.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And we had these conversations today also. It's fresh on my mind with our students, and I just asked them. And some of the things that I heard is they didn't want to be the only person of color in those classrooms, and so that's their real reality in terms of why they may not sign up for these courses. Also heard things like if there was a teacher that looked like me in front of the classroom teaching some of these AP or Blueprint classes, I may want to take those classes. So there are some things that we can do internally in terms of structure to assist our students. And I will say regarding the free and reduced lunch rate, yes, obviously that's private information, but we've created, I think Paula's created a form. That's a form, right? So I use the example of, you know how you sign up for these things online, they say check this box if you agree to receive emails from this company. So it's something similar to that, where if parents give us permission, then we can in turn email them opportunities like Jayhawk Blueprint or other course fee waivers that they may qualify for.
And call them maybe to some extent too. I mean, you contact them, but in addition to emailing, I've
They
seen
would have
some
to give
other
us permission
touching.
to, right.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks for doing that. I appreciate it.
Just last thing notable, and I want to give Rick Henry, and there's a whole other team in teaching and learning that's supporting this, but the EOS partnership, the Equal Opportunity Schools Partnership, is a group that we are contracting with who really works to identify what students should be afforded that opportunity. So they also reach in as a third-party objective partnership and make some recommendations. So how cool would it be to have that conversation with somebody at the level that, hey, you've been identified as someone who should be thinking about this class. So I think that that's a really exciting piece, and we're talking about as soon as next fall, I believe, Rick, that we would be able to. Perfect. Perfect. Enrollment for next fall. So that we have teacher council advocacy, kind of switching those roles as we mentioned. And then the additional communication to parents, I appreciate Julie Boyle. We've all kind of said, okay, how do we rally around this and make sure, because we sent out waves of communication through principals, they sent it out, but the conversations with parents over the summer is some of them, well, it was May and graduation and all kinds of things were happening at the same time. So just being able to send out waves of communication so parents are getting it multiple times, I think will help. So Jayhawk Blueprint updates, speaking of, we currently offer 9 concurrent courses for our students that are juniors or seniors that they're able to take. The 3 on the upper right-hand side are offered in the summer currently at the College Career Center. So what we are proposing that you got in your board packets this evening is Spanish 322, which is Spanish grammar, form, and meaning and context, as one of the proposed courses. And what that would look like is actually a course that's laid over our current Spanish 4 and 5 classes. So a student can go in that, sit in that class and take Spanish 4 and 5 as they currently are, no changes, or they can take that same class and it layers over this KU curriculum, and then over the span of the year, they could obtain, upon successful completion, D or higher, they obtain the college credit. Now, we do warn them that this is your college transcript. So we aim for a little higher than a D as far as a passing grade. But this is an opportunity that students can sit in the same class and take the curriculum, or the curriculum, it's essentially the curriculum plus. And it's got a grammar focus to the actual course. KU's come out and worked with us, and they've built a really nice online platform for our teachers to draw from. So there's lots of resources. Curriculum's already there. And with our KU partnership, they provide the text, so it's no additional expense for students. The other class we're proposing this evening is we're really excited about, is the Biology 100 and 102. It's Principles of Biology. and principles of biology lab. So if you notice that we had been lacking science, and it was because we were trying to figure out how to involve that lab component, when previously KU understandably said we had to send students on campus for the lab, and we said, no, that wasn't what's right for our students. So we have an amazing partnership with a professor there who's come out and worked with our teachers. We have our science department chairs as well as the instructors that are credentialed at the table, and we just had this amazing meeting in talking about the curriculum instructions, what does it need. It originally started with just Bio 100 and a dream of adding that lab, and we all got together and said, you know what, we can do this, we can add that lab. So what this would provide our students is a 4-hour KU credit option that's also a general ed credit. So again, we're not just bridging a pipeline to KU, we're bridging a pipeline to university and college credit. So they would get their science requirements for 2 semesters or year-long science at the school side of things, and then they would obtain the 4 credit hours and knock out that lab.
That's why I want everyone to have access to this, because the people that would benefit the most from, that's a huge component of the cost to go to college. Like, that sets you up for a first year of college, which is what Dr. Lewis had talked about and you all had sold and KU was excited about. So imagine if, I mean, it's the thing that I want to see happen in making sure that kids that maybe didn't see a path to affording college could have one year almost, if I'm counting the credits, right? Underneath their belt on their way in the door.
Right.
It begins to do that thing that we had talked about, which free is not maybe what will happen, but in a way, if you make those scholarships available,
Right.
it does that.
It's incredible.
That's why I'd like to see the increase of those scholarships.
Of the numbers.
So anyway, great work. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Kelly, one aspect of that is advocacy locally to the state, because that kind of 15 hours free thing was a priority for the State Board of Education. It did not make it into the governor's
Okay,
budget.
that's what I
So it won't be
wondered.
funded under her proposal, and I haven't heard a lot of real, it doesn't seem to have legs this year, I guess would be the way to put it, but I think continued advocacy from local districts around how important this is would be very helpful to that conversation.
I think the Jayhawk Blueprint is an amazing partnership with the University of Kansas, and I'm sure you probably all know where I'm going to go with this. So is there a possibility of partnering with Haskell Indian Nations University to create something like a Haskell Indian Nations University Blueprint? Because a lot of our Native American students, and we have the data to support that they could really gain entry into that tribal university, and that will build their self-esteem and confidence to want to go into secondary. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask, and correct me if I'm wrong, will they essentially be able to get Reese money?
I can
to
take
go
this.
to that?
I met with Dr. Wildcat just, during my campaign, and he said that is a goal. He wants our kids to be able to graduate from high school with an associate's. So it's there. It's just a matter of, being able to be able to make the connection between the school district and Haskell. It's all there, but they just want to do that again. Because when I was in high school, back in the 90s, I'm going to date myself, back in the 90s, I had friends that would go take courses at Haskell. So it's doable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to give credit Jennifer Bonilla, who's a library media specialist at Billy Mills. She had reached out as well and had that same question. She said, "This is great, but what about Haskell's in our backyard?" And so I had asked if we could have help with whoever that contact is. You mentioned Dr. Wildcat. That could be probably our first step to partner with Dr. Lewis's permission to that partnership. I know Dr. Lewis is really interested in a pipeline to teaching and what that bridge program partnership looks like. So I think we've got a lot of opportunity that's right in our backyard. So if you could help with just some contacts, we could definitely initiate and pursue that. So. Just really quickly, we touched on there's common formative assessments that are happening at the school level that is a teacher practice, and then we have a district common assessment. So the district common assessment just launched this last month. It's still a work in progress, did not happen without some growing pains. But what initially the purpose is and the partnership with collaboration is to take kind of a district dipstick of, okay, how are we doing in measurements with what our scope and sequence is supposed to be telling us that we've covered up until this date. And so we're still obviously we have to lean on a scope and sequence that's done and completed. So like I said, there's been some growing pains, but that has initially launched. It's been a great partnership with Zach, Rick Henry, principals, so it just takes a lot of communication to get it up and running. But the plan is to do additional assessments such as this. English Language Arts also at the middle level did a district common assessment where standards were given to Zach Conrad, and he helped generate some common assessments. And then we had third grade reading. So we'll continue to grow in that area, but it does really give us really a compatibility and a performance piece to the curriculum to see is what we think we're teaching transferring into mastery. This other piece on the side is a course description book, which I want to give Patrick some credit as well. We have partnered on this. So this is essentially all of the courses that live in career cruising, which some of our parent feedback has said, maybe it's not very parent friendly, or how do we make sure it's updated? So what this is, we're doing a lot of work to create a one course description guide that also has a lot of parent information. Right now, there's a little bit of hunting for what are the graduation requirements on this part of the website. And so I'm seeing some nods. So essentially what we're doing is trying to take everything, put it in one place, and that can be a digital guide that can live on our website. It could be printed if schools choose to print some copies for new students coming in. But we're really trying to put things in one place, as well as aligning our course fees in a separate line item. So we have course fees and course descriptions, and it sounds very technical, but just bringing it all together for our two high schools is going to be a big win. So we have a very ambitious timeline. Patrick's doing all career and technical education fields, and I'm covering the other areas. So this will be out in time for enrollment in February. So this has been a big project that we are working on. Lastly, I just want to touch base on all this sounds really great, but if it's not transferring to instructional practice, the bottom falls out. So we've already talked about rigor related to task, but what you're seeing here is evidence of providing focus to our teachers, having a curriculum design and a process, really focusing on that clarity of student learning, because, for example, in English Language Arts for our third grade teachers alone, there's 93 English standards alone. So if you're a third grade teacher, that's one of 4 big areas that you teach. So providing some clarity for teachers as we push in terms of teaching is harder every day, as we know. And then also building our principals' capacity. So the picture on the right is actually a Nailed It challenge that they did that was quite fun. But our professional development, we want to make sure we get our principals out ahead of things, because they are our ultimate partners to making sure things are happening in the field. So we're excited about that partnership with Leah and the instructional framework, but we know that we have to build that instructional practice within our curriculum, or it's not gonna stay. So course proposals, you have 4. We touched base on 2. One of them that we haven't talked about yet is advanced physical fitness and weight training. So this came from your high school PE teachers who work very hard with Denise Johnson. So this is what you're seeing is coming out of a core area of teachers who are really trying to think about how to meet the needs of the students that need something else, as well as reducing some class sizes. So this would actually be the advanced component to the regular fitness and weight training course, where they're bursting at the seams with some numbers. So this is essentially the advanced version of it, applicable for any student grade 10 through 12 semester class. We talked about Bio 100 and 102 as your other proposals. So this would be science year-long course credit for our students. It obviously meets NCAA requirements and serves as dual credit. Heritage Spanish, I know Casey shared a little bit of this with you at the last board meeting and was so excited. She said, what all can I share? We're really excited at the opportunity to offer Heritage Spanish. This has actually come out of a group of hardworking individuals that really started and tried to propose the work last year even. So this is a class that would be geared towards some of our native speakers that I think they already mentioned. Sometimes they get enrolled in a Spanish 1 course, which is inappropriate for obvious reasons, or they get enrolled in a Spanish 3 or 4 or 5 level course where maybe their writing and some of the literacy skills is not at that advanced grammar level, that maybe that just because they're fluent in it. So we're looking at, for a variety of SEL as well as academic reasons, that this would give them an option, no forced enrollment, but it also meets the seal of biliteracy criteria. So really exciting opportunity for our students. Has some flexibility based on the 9 through 12 range of how it would fit in and fit in the courses. So none of these proposals tonight are impacting FTE. It's working within the current FTE of our high schools. And then the last one you've seen, which is the Spanish 322. This is the other Jayhawk Blueprint class. It's called Spanish Grammar, Form, Meaning, and Context. So this is one that's laying over Spanish 4 or 5 if students opt to take it. It does not shift any other options of them taking 4 or 5. They can take it without this option in the regular class with the teacher that has the credentials to teach both. So those are our 4 proposals. I can take any questions, but Patrick's also going to share some proposals as well for the CTE. So anything relevant to these 4 classes?
So these next couple proposals, well, to say it's a couple is not truthful. That's a lot. These are the College and Career Academy. For our new board members, we had a presentation in December on the College and Career Academy. I know some of you are very familiar with it. Others, if you're new board members, you're welcome to give Bill, let me know, and Bill and I will be happy to sit down with you and sort of walk you through that presentation. But I did want to remind you of the mission of that group is to promote self-sustainability through academic, career, social, and emotional skills. So the courses that were designed here are to meet that goal. Jennifer was very helpful with me in working through sort of what these courses might look like. They look a little different than they look at the high school because it will really be skill-based about what skills they have. We want to see where their strengths are before we put them in a class. So the classes are really grouped around a set of skills. I think to the question earlier, I think it's neat to see statistics and probability there. You don't see any calculus there, but you see functions and models. And that's standards-based is where that comes from.
And I'd like to see that kind of expand to our general ed curriculums. I think the rest of the world is going to go that direction, and so we're going to have to catch up. Not our district, but our state. We're going to have to start thinking about that more seriously.
Many of these courses that you see here, since December, our teachers have already started to work on how we can overlap some of those courses. So, for example, welding and geometry is one that we're working on, taking those geometry standards. Kids would have an hour of geometry and they'd have an hour of welding. It's just those 2 teachers working together to help students make those connections. Another one that a teacher came up with, you'll see here a little later, is writing and automotive. There's a nice CTE course for automotive research, and so we use that. Whoop, too fast. Science, you'll see life science and physical in there, earth space and engineering applications. Those are the 6 areas that are required for our state standards. Social studies looks a little different, again, taking advantage of state standards. So these are courses that are designed around the state standards and not how we historically teach. There's nothing in the graduation requirements that says they have to take a full year of U.S. history. That's something historically we have done. They just need to have U.S. history content. Health and PE, we did use nutrition and wellness, and we renamed it to Student Success Seminar for a health credit and physical education in there. And that is for those students who, as we try to get them towards graduation, we're going to need to have a credit for them in there. And we actually had to add fewer CTE courses than we expected. We were able to use some courses that maybe past Board of Educations have approved, and we've just sort of put on the back burner and never used, and I think that really helped quite a bit. But also looking at some courses in health science and biomedicine, we had to make a pretty drastic revision this year to our upper level courses to maintain that pathway. So that provided a great opportunity for a course called bioengineering that I think a lot of kids will really enjoy. But you can see those courses there. I'm personally very excited about our early childhood classes to address a huge gap we have in this community of early childhood care workers. So some great opportunities there. Those are the courses, and I think they were all in your packet with full descriptions and all those types of things in state course codes. So if you have any questions, I'll stand for those. Great.
Last slide, I promise. So on deck, although we have gotten a tremendous amount of work done, we acknowledge that we still have a lot of work to do, including statistics. So computer science has been a conversation that we've talked about. The state now has a computer science standards that were just approved, I believe April 2019, and a state computer science consultant. So computer science standards actually span K-12, so it's not just a high school field. We've been looking at how do we incorporate more computer science course offerings for our students, at least starting in some of the middle and high school. You will hear some more from us on the middle school elective design. We'll be back, I believe, in February, end of February, to talk a little bit about that. So we're having those conversations, but that's something that we want to make sure we're expanding. Financial literacy is something that we have some partnerships with Junior Achievement. They would love to come in and do financial literacy with every student. It's just right now it's the struggle of finding who's going to share some of their content windows with us so that we can implement financial literacy. With that, some of our parent surveys at the middle school level had even shown parents interested in financial literacy at the middle levels, not waiting till high school. So we're very aware and are working at how do we work that in. STEM at elementary, we've made some gains with STEM. We have some, what they're looking at is mostly after school programs, which we want to pull that into the instructional components. So we don't want to just say Boys and Girls Club or Girls Who Codes after school. So as we look at science classes and some natural integration into STEM, how do we bring that in our core fields? We have a health review. We've done a lot of health work, 612 new resource adoptions, but doing that alongside, it needs to really be part of our science curriculum. So that's going to be coming up, working with Denise Johnson to help lead that team. So she's working with our summer elementary curriculum team as far as what does that look like. Social emotional learning standards, you've already heard from me, but essentially we have two core programs, one at the elementary level, one at the secondary. So as the new standards had come out last year, we were also looking at just reviewing the standards and then making sure that our resources really match that. You may hear differing opinions on some of those core resources, so we want to be responsive to our teachers and reevaluate as new curriculum programs come out. Do we have the right components in front of our students? I mentioned early childhood and some of the work that's already started with them. Next year is going to be a big focus on early childhood in terms of reviewing standards and what resources they need. Some exciting pieces is just maybe some curriculum partnerships with kindergarten as we think about even some of our literacy and instructional methods and handwriting without tears, for example, partnering with some of those same curriculum programs at the preschool levels, conversations we've had, so that our students are seeing the same methodologies, instructional practices, and just unified language of how we're teaching the students. So we're excited about stronger partnerships there. And then, of course, we're going to dig in departmentally with science and social studies at middle and high school levels next year. And then I mentioned a lot of work is going to be done with our elementaries in terms of reading instruction, and then how are we screening and then providing a diagnostic tool for dyslexia at the elementary. So a lot of good stuff coming. I want to praise our teachers because when we say we're doing curriculum work, we are doing curriculum work. And so if anything, if you ask them, they might say it's a lot. So we want to make sure when we are delivering a lot, that we're delivering quality professional development that makes them feel supported and secure in what we're asking them to do. So we could not do this work without the partnerships of our teachers. So just about everything you're seeing is being backed and supported with teacher feedback and teachers taking time out of their day and get subs, which we all know is more work, to come in and do the work. So I just want to make sure that they have that credit for some of those big decisions that are due. So any questions for Patrick or I? Thank you. Thank you.
Want me to make the motion?
Yes.
I move that the Board of Education adopt the following courses into the high school course curriculum beginning next fall, 2020-2021. Advanced Physical Fitness and Weight Training, Biology 100, Principles of Biology, Biology 102, Principles of Biology Lab, Heritage Spanish, and Spanish 322, Spanish Grammar, Form, Meaning, and Context.
Second. Gordon Ross?
Yes.
Hill? Kimball?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Kadu Blackwood?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Question, and this might be a question for Patrick. So the motion tonight didn't include any of the Career Academy courses. Is that because we're not quite ready to make them official additions to our coursework, or because we don't need to?
No, I need you to do that, please. Yeah, if you could.
Okay, so we need a
So
motion.
do you want to,
We need that motion.
do you want me to,
Okay.
you just want to make a new one?
Yeah, I'll make a second motion. But I want to pull up the language so I make sure I get it right.
It's the 26th slide? No. 27?
Okay.
26, 27.
I move that the Board of Education approve the addition of the proposed College and Career Academy courses as set out in the board enclosure for the upcoming school year.
Second.
Hill,
Yes.
Kimball,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Kadu Blackwood.
Yes.
Gordon Ross.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
We covered it all now.
Yay. Thanks, Shannon. At this time, we'll have Ron May, Director of Safety, Security, and Administration, along with Rick Henry, Director of Secondary Schools, to give us a report on school resource officers.
As Brian gets prepared there, this is a report that we're sharing tonight that really, the genesis of it started July 10th, 2019, when the city approached us to support funding our school resource officers. And as a result of that, we wanted to make sure, at the direction of the board, that they had a thorough understanding of just the program in general, wanting to know what did our scholars think about their perceptions around SROs, staff, and administrators. And so what Ron and Rick is going to present tonight is just an overview of the national research, but also information that we've gathered from surveys and a couple of focus groups at both high schools. Right.
Thank you. Ron May, Director of Safety, Security, and Administration. Thank you for having me this evening. So, as Dr. Lewis just said, we're going to provide an overview and research and survey information regarding the school resource officer programs here in Lawrence Public Schools. A little bit of background, as Dr. Lewis said, in July 10th, 2019, we had a joint Board of Education and City Commission meeting. From that, there was a discussion of the City of Lawrence was proposing that we consider a future participation and funding of the SRO program. And Police Chief Burns gave us a proposal, and he gave us some proposed potential avenues that we could take. The first one that he described was providing 8 secondary level SROs. That would be at 2 SROs per high school and 1 per middle school. And he proposed that cost share would be at about a 50-50, which would be about $50,000 per SRO. He also proposed having a sergeant that would supervise those SROs, excuse me, and that the total would be approximately $425,000, half and half. So the total would be around $950,000. The half to the district would be $425,000 at that one. He also proposed the potential of just paying a flat rate of having officers when we need them and just paying at $67 an hour, which is what we pay now if we need to have extra SROs or if we need to have people on duty for a football game or a dance or something. That's the rate that they charge. And then the board asked us to come together with an evaluation. So here we have a video that was put together by Lawrence Police Department, and this is Shelby Frazier. She's currently an SRO at Free State, and I don't know why that just happened, but we'll go with it. Sorry, that was supposed to be embedded.
I'm Officer Shelby Frazier with the Lawrence, Kansas Police Department. I'm a school resource officer. A school resource officer is first and foremost a law enforcement officer inside the school. So we work cases, crimes involving children, and my favorite part, we're a resource to kids, teachers, staff, and parents as well.
You're not in any trouble up to this point, but just by being there.
And when kids are having a crisis, whether it be a mental health crisis, or just having a bad day, have the kid just come to our office and find a safe place for them to de-escalate. That's where the line is and we've crossed it. Does that make sense? I truly believe having SROs in the school makes a difference. And to be able to be successful with adolescents in crisis, you have to have a relationship. What are you doing? The biggest challenge in my job is really hitting home to kids the choices that they're making today is really going to affect their future long term. I just think being a school resource officer in Lawrence, Kansas is the best way I can serve my community. I'm Officer Shelby Frazier. I'm a school resource officer.
Apparently YouTube moved on to something else. Sorry about that. You can't touch this. Watch out.
Take a note on that one?
Sorry about that. Got there. So historically, in 2001, the city of Lawrence received a grant to provide SROs. We, at the time, got 6 SROs. We had 1 at each secondary building in the district, 1 at each high school, 1 at each middle school. And in 2005, that grant money went away, and we continued, the police department continued to provide 6 SROs to the district. In 2012, the police department had to go through some budget cuts. They needed more officers. They were running low on their numbers for patrols and low on budget. So they actually cut 4 total, what they called kind of like community liaison type positions. They had some community officers that were in some quadrants of the city, and then they took 2 of our SROs. So when that occurred, we placed 2 SROs at each high school. Each SRO was still assigned to a middle school that they were, you know, if a middle school needed somebody to come to a presentation, wherever they knew that was the officer that they needed to speak to. And then we also asked them to spend, you know, some time that they can each week in the buildings being visible and helping out. Presently, we actually have 3 SROs. This school year, the 2 SROs that were at Lawrence High School were both promoted to sergeant, and so they both left their position. So what they did was they brought one of the SROs from Free State, Officer Robinson, who's actually an LHS grad, so he was very excited for that assignment. And then they provided Officer Collado, who's actually here tonight, out helping us out tonight with security. We are waiting for the 4th officer to be assigned. Again, their numbers were kind of down. They've had an academy that's completing, and once the rookies have all been trained or are able to go out on their own, then they'll be able to pull an experienced officer to assign to it as an SRO. I'd also like to add, it's not on here, but historically, I just want to point out that we've had a couple of really great recognitions in our district. In 2008, 2009, NASRO, the National Association of School Resource Officers, actually named Lawrence SROs as a model agency award. They won a model agency award that year. And then in 2011, the Kansas Juvenile Officers Association recognized Myron Grady as the Kansas SRO of the year. So we've had some really nice things that have happened through that program. Some statistics. This is for last school year. Just some of the contacts that were made. There were 195 presentations and events done by SROs throughout the district. Classroom presentations at all levels, elementary, middle, and high school, from 4th to 5th Amendment, duties of an SRO, internet safety, things like that. They do help provide staff training. 2 of our SROs currently are also ALICE trainers. They help me provide the active shooter training to the district. And then they also do community events and training, like internet safety for parents and stuff after school. They're visible, things like that. They had 1,815 individual contacts last year, and the definition of a contact is basically a directed conversation. It may be started by a student or a staff member, somebody, or it may be started by the SRO, but they're individual conversations. It may be something specific that's something that's happening discipline, or, at the school itself, but it also could be, I got a ticket yesterday, what's up with that? Tell me, and just kind of working through those things. So that many contacts, and there's the breakdown of where they, of who they've had those contacts with. They don't count sitting down and eating lunch at the table with kids. I don't call that a contact. These are actual conversations. In case you're wondering, the other, that would be a lot, when I ask that question, it's patrons. It may be agencies like one of the shelters in town, or it could be sorry, I wrote that down. Patrons, agency, DCF, the shelter, things like that. Referring, obviously what's on a lot of our minds right now, in the last 2 years, we've had 5 firearms that were discovered at in our buildings, our 2 high schools, 2 times at Free State and 3 at Lawrence High. Out of those 5 occasions, 3 times the SRO was directly involved in recovering the weapon, investigating and recovering that weapon. Just to speak to one of them, at one of the buildings we had, it was reported by a student. They had overheard another student talking about that this person had a weapon in their backpack. The SRO, whenever it was reported and he got that information, he knew the student, he knew where the student hung out between classes and things like that, and basically just kind of wandered down to that area, sat and waited, found the student, was able to converse with them, take him down to the office, and recover the weapon without any issues. We had one instance where an SRO was called in after the firearm was discovered. One of our administrators was conducting a search of a backpack on an unrelated matter, discovered the weapon. And then the most current situation at LHS, SRO was not in the building at the time. Administration and security recovered the firearm, and then an SRO from Free State came over to do the report and do the other work. Excuse me.
So for clarification, can you tell out of those 3 times, which ones were 3 times the SRO
The
retrieved?
SRO was directly, 3 times, a weapon was reported to somebody in the building, and the building was working on recovering that, and those 3 times, the SRO was directly the person who made contact with the student, recovered the student and the weapon.
But at which school? So 2 times a firearm was discovered at Free State, 3 times Lawrence High. Out of
2
those,
times at Free State, 3 at Lawrence High. So the 2 times at Free State, the SRO was directly involved, and one of the 3 instances at Lawrence High, they were directly involved.
thank you.
I'm not trying to be vague. I don't want to identify situations and students, so that's why I'm
Yeah, we needed that clarification because I think there was.
Sure. Research. So I started trying to dive into research, what things are saying at the national level, and a recurring theme that I saw in many of the articles I read, is that there is a lack of rigorous research and statistical data. There haven't been any very well set plans to try to find that information. Now, we are at a point now where in the next year or 2, there are going to be some good data that's going to be coming out, because at the time that I was reading some of them, they were getting set up with some different ones, like how to measure contacts, and are they positive or negative. So to this point right now, a lot of the research is based on survey data and some of the other things like that. There is a study out of University of Maryland, 2011, that says that specifically schools with SROs have 12.3% more non-serious violent crime referrals to police. And the study shows that schools with SROs report a significantly higher percentage of all crimes except the serious violent crimes than schools without police. An interesting thing that I did find in one of the articles of research I was reading was that in one case they were reporting that some SROs were taking what potentially might be a felonious offense, or it was a felony, and they were charging students with a lower, like a misdemeanor type crime. So some of those places were seeing a bump in those reported minor crimes, but it was because they were also trying to prevent charging a student with a felony instead. It's not everywhere, and like I said, it was just one thing it was just one place where I found that. Little more, school resource officers do tend to make arrests under the same circumstances if, whether a principal called, if a principal didn't have an SRO and they called, the SROs tend to be making the same arrests under the same circumstances. They did say, and this is again back to what I was speaking about, there was some data that showed that SROs tend to be a little more lenient when dealing with minor criminal behavior than patrol officers. And a lot of that can probably be because there's relationships being built. They know the students, they're around the students a lot, they know the families, they might know their backgrounds, so they know, they may know when a student's venting as opposed to being a serious threat, that kind of thing. So there is a definite difference in the way that SROs tend to deal with the students than most patrol officers, just because they have that relationship built. And then survey data saying that SROs tend to see their role as that of a social worker, an educator, and or a surrogate parent to students. So, sorry, we have some survey results that for our district, and we'll let Rick speak to that.
Rick Henry, Director of Secondary Schools, and my role in the presentation tonight is to share some of the local data we've collected. The SRO survey results, I wanted to show you first of all the respondents. We had good response, over 1,000 students and 133 staff members. The staff members there are certified and non-certified, certified and classified staff members. Administrators are not included in those responses. So the first chart shows the total numbers as well as gender. The second chart shows the race of the respondents. And then we went through and just selected several of what we considered highlights, or not really highlights, but important questions asked on the survey. And I've shared the students and staff percentages of their response percentages in the same charts. First one, our school resource officer helps keep students from being bullied. And you all probably do this when I look at charts like this. I tend to lump together strongly disagree and disagree, and as well as agree and strongly agree, just to get a feel for the positive or negative feel of the responses. The next question, our school resource officer helps keep weapons out of my school. Please feel free to stop me for clarification or if you have any questions. We'll move to the next now. Next question, our school resource officer helps keep students from fighting. Our school resource officer helps keep students from bringing drugs or alcohol to school. And then finally, pretty much a summary or Concluding question, I feel safer with the school resource officer in the building. Students and staff responses there. Okay, and to collect some more data, Dr. Lewis invited me to go along with him to both Free State and Lawrence High for a couple of student focus groups. Highlight of my week, last week, it's always good to meet with the students and hear their voices. So we just captured some of the information from those meetings and wanted to share some statements from you, with you, excuse me. I feel safer with SROs, but not completely safe. It's a faster response from police if an SRO is in the building. I don't feel safe with SROs in the building. It feels riskier for students of color. Profiling can happen. Yes, I feel safer. They have the ability to do more than security officers. At first, I did not feel safer because I felt targeted. After I got to know our SRO and understood her role, I felt safer in that I wasn't being targeted. A couple of more thoughts. Students want more opportunities to connect with SROs. That was very evident in our discussions with the students. And this last one, I call her Auntie Shelby because she reminds me of my auntie before I got put in the system. I can come talk to her and she calms me down. She lets kids get away with things. I've never seen her mad. He went on to say, except for one time when...
This was a very diverse group of students. At the end, we found out that at both schools there was a couple of students that had actually got arrested by the SROs and was sharing their perspectives. There was one student that said he just doesn't feel safe with anybody with a weapon, around him. But very diverse group and they were really honest with their perceptions. But I will tell you that at Free State, I think Officer Shelby had been there 2-3 years, maybe 2. In Lawrence High, SROs were fairly new. It's evident that if you build relationships, it's a much larger impact that you can have, because they were kind of relating their relationships with some of with the security officers. And so it was really interesting to kind of hear their perspective.
Right, that was my number one takeaway as well. It's all about the relationships. And it sometimes takes a little time to build those relationships, but it is like, it's not rocket science, right? It's like everything else that we do. It's about the relationships. Next steps, back to Ron.
Yeah, so next steps as we continue to go down this road, this path, is we are to develop procedures for training building staff on working with SROs. That's one of the things we found in the research especially, is making sure and communicating those district procedures with administration and staff, is making sure that staff understand the SRO is not there as a disciplinarian. They're not there to even make recommendations for a discipline issue. They're only there to uphold the law and to make sure that there are, well, I say not that's the only reason that when they're taking action, it's because a law has been broken. Okay, so those are some things that, you see that in different districts and things that came up. And that was actually one of the studies that's supposed to be I believe it was Arizona. I'd have to go back and double check it. But they were actually going to do one of the ways they were going to set up an experiment, so to speak, was they were going to have one building where there was extensive, I say extensive, there was at least a 2-hour in-service basically with the staff of a building to say, this is the SRO, these are the functions, these are how we use an SRO, this is how we don't use it. And then actually having a building where they didn't have that communication, and then to see how those interactions just with, as far as the staff went. you know, I think it's going to be pretty clear that the staff, most likely that's been communicated, is going to be used a little more effectively. In response to what the students were talking about is making sure that we have an opportunities to formally introduce our SROs and their purposes and to the student body. And the district will continue with joint meetings with the city and to discuss the SRO program going forward.
I have a question.
Sure.
So, in your next steps, are there any opportunities for parents to give their feedback on their interactions with their students dealing with SROs, officers, or?
That's certainly some information that we can gather. I know we've been talking about using the surveys, and I mean that's definitely something we can gather information on.
Yeah, we were definitely wanting to get some feedback on folks that had closer relationships with, not necessarily relationships, but closer interactions with SROs.
Right, because I think those interactions are very different from parents than from what the information that you gathered from students. I think those interactions might inform us a little bit more about how those students feel. I'm not sure if that's making any sense, but.
Yeah, what?
I'd like to ask a question. First of all, thank you for this information. It's very helpful. So I see the responses. For example, the question is, I feel safer, or the statement, I feel safer with the school resource officer in the building, and then you have what the responses were. Do we have those responses break down by race? Because, for example, there were, 66% white students. And so my question is, are we seeing a disparity between the students that say, I feel safe? Like, you see what I'm saying? Do we have that data?
I would have to check, or I'm going to defer to Rick briefly just because he's.
Sure, and I'll defer to that.
Passing it down the line.
Okay.
That's the numbers guy on the screen.
I'll just kind of building on that you presented the research around SRO at the national level, but in districts utilizing school-based policing, approximately 30% nationwide of districts are doing so right now. Research shows higher rates of suspension, expulsions, and arrest, especially for students of color, and that data was missing entirely from your report. And it's something that I think we have to be key to pay attention to. It doesn't necessarily mean that the other data that you pointed out isn't important, but when we are looking at the contacts, for example, that the LPD is reporting, they have, if I'm correct, and I might be wrong about this, are they able to look at that contact data and tell us, particularly in cases where they are taking more of a disciplinary role, how many of those contacts are with students of color, or students who have an IEP, or students with a mental health issue, or students from any kind of several other demographics that we could think of, LGBTQ community. How are we tracking, when we look at the data from the curriculum, Dr. Veselov's information that she provided us showed us some disparities in how we're delivering education, and we're struggling with some challenges around equity on our own. So as we bring in the LPD, how are we measuring that they are also, how are they addressing what is likely inequities amongst who they may be interacting with?
I may need a little help on this, but to start with, I didn't include any suspension expulsion issue because that's not that's separate.
I'm saying at a national level.
I got you.
That the data that was missing. You presented some data around SROs, but there wasn't any data around. You said there isn't a lot of information on SRO programming, but there is actually a lot of data around SROs and their impact on individuals with mental health and communities of color.
Well, okay, so I missed.
Yeah.
Okay, so So to answer your question about the contacts themselves, which are
Yeah.
individual conversations, there's no demographics to that because it's literally like a tally. And at the end of the day, I was in contact with these people. Now, if there was a report filed, you know, a criminal report or an arrest or something like that, that would be data that we could probably have a little easier time gathering. But those types of contacts were I'd have to pull the numbers on that, are fewer. We had a total of 18 arrests in the district-wide last year. So 1,800 contacts and 18 arrests. And I can't even tell you on those arrests if those were students or adults or whomever.
I guess the larger question might not be about the arrests specifically within the school district, but in general in the Lawrence community. The most recent data shows us that Black juveniles were 6 times more likely than white juveniles to be arrested by Lawrence police officers. Native American juveniles were 2.4 times more likely than white juveniles to be arrested. Using the data from the Burns Institute, national estimates for disparities of arrest rates over the time period is 2.3 or more for Black kids. So we have disparity rates for Black juvenile arrests by the Lawrence Police Department that's almost 3 times the national average. So when we think about that context, and that's the most recent data available, there could have been great improvements under Chief Burns. But I'm wondering, since we know that, it seems almost imperative that the district is able to collect just basic demographic information in terms of what those contacts are and how we are utilizing SROs.
Yeah, I don't think they want to collect that data. Those are just strictly contacts, and they're not contacts in the sense of an officer approaching a child. It could be a child that say, look, I got a ticket over the weekend, what can I do about this? So it's,
Yeah.
it's students approaching them as well. So this just literally
Right.
tally marks.
Those are output data. And so if I'm doing a program analysis, which is, I have some background doing program analysis, I would count the number of contacts I had with community members. That's certainly valuable to report to my funders and to report to taxpayers. Additionally, for me to understand, am I having the impact that I really want to have, and am I serving the people in the way that I want to serve them? I also am able to collect just basic demographic information. And one of the things that when you began working with the LPD was to collect SRO quarterly data. And we haven't really been able to look at what those contact numbers are for students of color. It's not, it would be, it would,
Doesn't
it's,
exist.
Exactly, and my point is that it should. And so if it
I don't
doesn't
think I want
exist,
SROs pushing paper to collect data just on a conversation.
it
going
doesn't
down
have
the
to be
hallway.
contact data, though, Dr. Lewis. There are ways in which we can capture how that data, how would you, in any of our educational programs, would you say we should exclude collecting data
On that,
on
yeah.
marginalized groups?
On that contact data, when a student approaches an SRO, the goal is we want our SROs to build relationships with our students and students to build relationships with them to feel comfortable talking to them. I don't think I want our SROs after
I agree
meet
with-
a student to go back to my
Right.
office and say, was it a Black student or a white student?
I agree with you on that point, absolutely. I think that's correct. I'm talking more about, can we get from them data that shows us when there is an intervention where we have, as a district, asked for them to intervene, or not just to say when they're doing education outreach, but more to say when there is potential for a interaction with the criminal justice system that might start in the school district and end outside of the school district. That's more what I'm wondering, if there's a way to capture that. And not to say that we need to capture it in all aspects of inquiry, I agree with you, but given the underlying larger issue that we see both locally and at a national level, it does seem that we should be able to collect some data.
I know you mentioned about like trusted adults and SROs also being, I mean, because I know that was just a small caption of the data, but when we're talking about those other things in the data about whom would they go to first and things like that, that's not reported there. And I think that's a key part. So like, why is there, a discrepancy, so to speak, between, if there was something going on, I would go to, like, the likelihood of them going to an SRO the percentage was minimal compared to the other staff, the other adults that they would go to, but the data shows like you know, when you talk about the bullying, you know, that data shows a percentage of, like saying that there's a there's a high percentage of, what is it, agree or strongly agree. So I think we have to get down to the bottom of that. So, for example, like you referenced, the maintaining a safe environment, our school resource officers help keep students from being bullied. That's 31% that agree or strongly agree. But when it talks about that relationship piece or of who they would go to first if there was a crime, witness a crime, it's,
Yeah.
when we're looking at SROs, that percentage
Seeing that one on there.
is smaller.
Okay. But I understand what you're saying.
I'm kind of
That's,
confused.
you know, that's difficult, you know, whenever, because I hear the expulsion hearings, so I get a lot of the background on that. And, you know, students are going to go to whomever they are most comfortable with, and, you know, a lot of times they're going to student services, or they're telling, you know, a counselor or somebody like that. But I can't, I can't say why positively or negatively why they aren't necessarily saying that that's the top of their list to report the crime to. And I know it also happens, some of them, I think, even report to their parents because they may take it home and then say something at home, and then it comes back to us.
Well, I think too, if you look at the student survey, when, you know, the question that you're referring to, whom when you go to first in your school, if you were to witness a crime, 28% said the teacher. Well, that's who they spend the most time with. They don't spend that much time with an SRO. And then if you look at SRO and security guard, statistically 16% versus 19%, it's almost negligible between the two. And so we're talking about the fact that part of the response from the students was to try to build those relationships. I don't know that data is concerning to me based on what the result was. You know, I think they go to teachers because they have the relationship with the teacher because they spend the most time with the teacher. And then the security guard versus the SRO, when you were reading through the comments and looking at the information, most of the students could name the security guards and they couldn't name the SROs because they didn't have the relationship with them, or they didn't have the opportunity to interact with them. And even talking to my own son, he knew who the security guards were. He didn't know who the SRO was because he's never had an interaction with them. He's never had an opportunity or a reason to talk to them.
I know this data is showing like now with these new SROs, but it's almost like just speculating, but not really. But if we look at the SROs in the past, when it comes to Lawrence High School versus Free State, there's a difference. I mean, and we can't pull that information because they're no longer here. And I know we can focus on the now, but I mean, there is, for some reason, we have to get to the root of that. Hopefully, you know, with these SROs that are new, it'll be a different light. But
I just wanted to comment on kind of the overarching questions that really are behind the discussion here, which are, what is the real purpose of having the SROs in the building in the first place? And so I think I'm kind of with GR, that I'm not so, I was not surprised or concerned by that student data about whether the SROs were the first person they go to, or because that's not really their purpose in the building. So, you know, thinking about what is our overall, what is overall motivating our desire to participate in this relationship or partnership with the city. And I think there's a couple of things that that came up in the meeting this summer that we haven't really talked about very much, which we haven't tied to the discussion tonight. We've talked a lot about how you know, the SROs are in the building doing education and relationship building. But one of the comments that was made at that meeting this summer was that a lot of these contacts that are of a law enforcement nature would be happening anyway, whether there's an SRO in the building or not, because the principal would then be calling out to a patrol officer for that contact. So the bigger question for me is, do we see value in having the SRO in the building to build relationships to deal with those situations so that they have that relationship when that contact is going to happen anyway? And if that's the case, I think a lot of the other things that we're concerned about, because you're right, there is data nationally that shows that is not good, right? But we have, I think, an opportunity to, through our own policies and procedures, shape how our data here looks. And so
That's exactly.
that's
actually,
kind of where I
that-
would like for us to go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
actually why I started that conversation. It's how do we wrestle with, in the same way that we wrestle with this issue in our own educational system. It seems as though it's off limits when we talk about it with SROs, that this is not part of the conversation that we can have without igniting a lot of frustration from the community. We talked about civil discourse at the Martin Luther King event. Dr. Lewis talked about the importance of having conversations that were civil and really looked at how we communicate with each other around challenging conversations. And I was quite moved by that, in part because my own experience in following the meeting that we had this summer was the types of emails that I got and the frustration around even raising the issue was alarming to me, because it makes it difficult to address it if we can't even talk about it. So for me, like to your point of, do we need SROs regularly monitoring the building for safety concerns? And do we have to have them participate in building level safety planning, as Ron has mentioned? One of the highlights that came out of the Equity Council review of this particular issue was that SROs have increased familiarities with the facilities and they can respond more efficiently to safety concerns. But there's kind of, like Ron had said, there's some conflicting data around that, but nonetheless, the primary thing that they might fill the gap on is safety. To the larger issue of if we paid for it, there's two parts.
Right.
What are they doing there, and do we pay for them?
Right.
And if we pay for them, some of the things that have come out through the review, both from the Equity Council and then from the Budgetary Committee review, is that the SROs, when they are there, they're there, but they're not always there. I don't know that the community is aware there's often a gap in when they can be there, which is part of their role as officers in our community. And that's why we pay for the security officers, because they are our staff and we can ensure that they're there the full time to provide security. So to me, I think it's to the issue of whether or not we would absorb the associated costs of maintaining SRO programming, which interestingly, I believe is that they're saying we don't have to do, they are not asking us to do at the moment.
Right.
Okay.
And I do want to come back to that. Because in the event that they did ask us to absorb some of the SRO costs and programming, I really think, what I heard from building administrators was, yes, we want the SROs there, but no, we don't want to lose FTE. And yes, we want the SROs there, but yes, we do want to pay teachers more compensation and reduce class sizes. So those are the competing obligations that we have. And while I appreciate that across the state, there are different models of funding, the reality is that we can control what security guards do, the type of training that they have, how often they're in our building, when they're in our building. We can't control that for SROs. And so it is a component of what does that partnership look like? How do we strengthen it to ensure that we are both honestly looking at where the benefits are of having them there, and that we can have a genuine conversation about where there might be risk, which doesn't seem that the community is, it's a challenging conversation for the community to have right now, particularly around when we look at gun safety in our district right now.
So I think that's very helpful context that that pushing the expense into our budget is not necessarily going to be a high priority in this next budget cycle for for city leadership.
and it's interesting to me, and when you think about your partnership with the city, when we at that July meeting, when we asked when they would be asking us to share the funding, it was, to me, the directive was not for the 2019-20 school year, but that we would be looking at sharing costs in the 2021 school year. And when I asked how far out, I mean, could they commit to, if we paid for the large percentage that they're asking us to pay in terms of not only paying for the current SROs, but expanding programming. What was the guarantee that when we look at other employees in different areas where we have a shared cost, could we be guaranteed that we wouldn't have to then pick up those employees as well? And the comment from the city commissioners was they could not make a guarantee out past a fiscal year, and I think that was honest.
Very concerning.
Yeah, so I do think right now to say we've got this for the next 2 years, or it's an interesting, I'm glad that they are able to do that. I deeply appreciate that we are not being asked to redirect funds in that way. But it is an interesting, it's something we have to wrestle with in terms of our relationship. How do we build back a space of, having healthier conversations around this topic?
To answer your question, we do have the data disaggregated, so if you want it, we can definitely provide it for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I know some of the other things we talked about is, as we're considering that, if the opportunity comes up, like Kelly said, if that decision that we have to make where we are funding SROs, that conversation has to happen, and there's some things that we need to do as a district to ensure that overall safety is met, and with all of our students, especially when we're talking about marginalized population. And I think I lost my train of thought, so go ahead. Oh, yes, I know what I was going to say. At the same time, I think we need to have we need to sit back and reflect as a district as far as the administration down, how do we, if SROs are going to be here, how do we adequately use SROs with the purpose that they are there for, rather than, so when we're talking about disciplinary actions and who's stepping in, and even having that understanding as an SRO that should something arise and it's not something that you should typically handle, how, do we have that certainty that they can go, okay, this is not what we're supposed to be handling right now because we're handling the, what Officer Shelby said, those type of criminal activities. So I think we need to really, as it stands now, we don't have control of certain things from that side of the Lawrence Police Department, but what do we need to do as a district to kind of ensure and really go through that policy and know that this is what you handle when it comes to disciplinary matters, and this is what the security officers handle, this is what the SROs handle.
I agree, yes, and preventing that, teacher grabbing, hey, can you come in here, and, you're right.
I think, to be honest about that, that's been happening. And we don't know, so in 2018, in December 2018, I think it's then, let me look at the date so I'm getting this accurate. I can't get it to open, but there was a meeting at the EAC, and we did ask for certain action steps to be taken, and one of them was, it's been about 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half, and this will be new, I suspect, to you, but this was a request to develop practices and procedures that would be, and this is about, as you have mentioned, this is more about internally what we can do. This is, because what I heard from the SROs loud and clear was, please don't call us if it is not a criminal activity, because it is not our intention to be disciplinarians or intervene when there's behavioral issues, but rather to be here when there's harm to self or others, some larger standard. And so a couple years ago, we asked for practices and procedures to be put in place and communicated to all district staff, and additionally for students to have an understanding of what the differences are in the roles of a security officer and a police officer, and what their rights were when they were interacting with the police officer. That's been 2 years ago, and that hasn't happened. So when you talk to us about the practices and procedures that will be drafted, can you give me a timeline?
We're going to work on them immediately.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, Mr. May, I would like to, to that end, I would like to, add to, just moving forward, I would like to recommend that the SROs participate in the Beyond Diversity training moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and I think that's something that we did talk, we were going to look at if they are and where, if they haven't been included, then yes, thank you.
Kelly, I just want to say, I wasn't at that meeting over the summer. I attempted to watch it online, but you didn't have the microphones in the right place, so I practiced my lip reading when we did that. But I remember the response that you had from that, and it was disappointing to say the least. But I appreciate your perspective now, and I think that even though we don't have to make the decision for the upcoming budget year, I think it's a conversation that we need to continue to have. I think. Because I think we can all agree that the request is probably coming at some point, and even if it's a discussion that we choose to have of, if the city's going to keep 4, but if we decide to expand to 7 and split that cost as a chunk as opposed to taking a big, I think it's a good conversation to not drop, and I appreciate your perspective, and I think it's a conversation that we can have, and we can have a civil conversation, and we can keep the perspectives in mind, because I think that's what the 7 of us can do.
So, some of the things that I know Kelly mentioned when attending the EAC, some of the things we've already mentioned. One of the things that was on there was the Beyond Diversity workshop, and mentioned when to call an SRO. A lot of the things that we.
Next steps, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think we just assumed you were done, but, okay. We'll talk, I'll let you go.
No, I think he was done, but.
Just the things that internally, like we need to receive, district staff have adequate training on when to contact SROs. I think we said that. Parents and guardians are not adequately informed about the SRO's mission and goals in the school. So these are things that we can work on now.
Data really showed that the students don't know the difference between the security officer and a SRO, which I can see where that would be having 2 teenagers at home, where it might be hard to zero their attention in on any matter pertaining to an adult. But it's actually critical because of the one person carries the weight of the district and perhaps a suspension, and you might have a long conversation with your mom when you get home, and another carries the force of the criminal justice system. So kids have to understand the difference.
That's a good point.
Okay, I just have a couple things to say. I just had a bunch of notes from when I was talking to a lot of my peers at school earlier, and something that I thought of that I thought was a common theme between all of us was that the thought of a school shooting can cause us to not look over the criminalization of our students. And I think no matter how much communication and meetings or introductions we have, it's going to be hard to show these students of color that these cops with guns are not going to hurt you or profile you. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I appreciate that. Can you say the first part of what you said, that the thoughts of school shooting?
Oh, the thought of a school shooting can cause us to not look over the criminalization of our students.
Thank you for that.
There's been some unfortunate situations involving SROs locally, nationally. I can't control those. But what I can control is what happens in Lawrence Public Schools. And I hope the board and the community knows that, and I shared this, I didn't come here to perpetuate the status quo. If there was disparities, I don't want to continue to see those disparities. And I'm hopeful that everyone understands that I'm not going to be a key player in continuing those disparities and putting my kids, all 12,000, 4 of them mine, in a situation where they're going to be targeted or criminalized. And a purpose of Rick and I going out, it was personal to me. Just invited you, Rick. But I wanted to see some faces that look like me. I want to see some students of color. And if you go to those comment slides, I'm not going to call any names. Can't call any names, but that last bullet, at first I did not feel safe because I was targeted. This is a black female. She said that she thought she was being targeted. She didn't know the SRO, but she said after the SRO came to her class and did a presentation, explained her why, or their why, in terms of why they do what they do, she said she felt more comfortable around her. Another student of color, I can't remember the term, Rick, she said she's chill. The SRO is chill. What does that mean? Okay. She's chill. But I think the one that really hit home and almost brought me to tears was that last bullet. So this is a student that this is a sheltered black male. And we look at the research around how some students view SROs that really have a solid relationship with them. It said something about their family member, something like that. But he echoed this and said, I call her Auntie Shelby because she reminds me of my auntie before I was in the system. I come and talk to her, and she calms me down. And this is a challenging student that I had the opportunity to meet early on in the year, and administration called me out and wanted me to meet this young man to kind of form a connection with him. But this is what he shared. So I want to make sure that everyone understands that these SROs in our building, we will not tolerate any profiling or any criminalization of our students of color. And I want to make sure there are some things that we can do and we have to do and will do a better job of, and that's ensuring that staff, administration are using SROs appropriately. We heard from some students that there's some staff that will say, well, if you don't do this, I'm going to call the SRO. That's not the purpose of the SRO in our building. So there's some retraining that we need to do as well, but also letting our scholars know the purposes of SROs. About 10 of my superintendent student advisory council members, one of them said, when I showed him that quick video, he said, now I know the role, and it was like a minute, 30-second video. Now I know the role of an SRO. And when I asked every last one of them, just point, like, do you feel safe with the SRO? Every last one of them raised their hand. So there are some things that we will do to make sure that they're used appropriately, but I wanted to make sure that the board has some information, should we have to make that call of, or you have to make that call of funding, that you will have some inside knowledge in terms of how our students view SROs and staff.
To the point about Officer Shelby specifically, the feedback was overwhelmingly positive about her and her interaction. The kids knew her name, as an example, and to have the opportunity to have an SRO for whom we can participate in identifying, like, to your point, in identifying who that person might be, and then also participating in the evaluation of their practice. one of the things that we built into the MOU moving forward that speaks to what you're saying is being able to, as a district, participate in the evaluation process for the SROs. Allows us to celebrate things like what Shelby has done. I think that story is actually quite bigger than just that comment. There's more. I mean, I think there's more context. But the other piece being that if there, for students for whom there may be anxiety about SROs being in the building, that if we could participate in making sure we have the right person for that job, that's one of the things I think we can really do to augment addressing some of the issues that we're talking about and could get to the positive stuff that you have noted. And honestly, I think every administrator has said, no administrator has said to me, I don't think we should have SROs, not one. There's been teachers and students who have had mixed feelings and parents who have had mixed feelings, but that's been consistent. So for the administration, like for example, for Dr. Johnson or other principals to be able to participate in that evaluation process, I think could go a long way.
Yeah, and we did include that language.
Yeah,
in our
exactly.
MOU.
And I think that's nice for the community to know that you'll be able to participate in that piece. So I appreciate that component. Because you're not really talking about individual officers or
Yes.
individual actions of specific security guards, or you're really talking about what Dr. Lewis has mentioned, is finding the right person, because there is so much power associated with that particular job. Dr. Winfrey told the story of being in I think she said Casey Mo.
Yeah.
She was Casey Mo Elementary School, and the SROs were helping, tie ties, and they had just found a good fit for that particular community. So on my end, as I think about being a board member and how do SROs fit into our school community, how are we participating in evaluating their programming, as I had mentioned, and also participating in evaluating whether they're the right fit to the extent that the police department can allow us to. I know they have their own staffing issues, but I appreciate that direction, that we are going to be more intentional about that.
And I think that's the conversations we had since the summer. We know that there's the community may be split, but at the end of the day, should we pursue this, making sure we have the right people? I have a student, and this is part of why it's really trying to think about what's the root cause of wanting to pursue this, and to make sure that if we're doing it, it's done right. I've had my own student who was in a less than ideal situation and has different abilities, and being educated when it comes to the different, beyond diversity, and not only that, but just being a little educated on how you handle students who have anxiety, on the spectrum, all those different things. We have to take that into consideration, and they have to be educated on how to handle that, or it can end up under unfortunate circumstances. I've had students my own child come to me when they were trying to use a strategy that they've learned, and was threatened to have SROs called, or security even called, and they were just trying to de-escalate. So these are the concerns that we need to put in place. These are the issues that we need to address, and again, going back, having the right people, being able to vet the people that come in. Because I guarantee if something, you don't know what's going to happen when you're fearing, and you can't process that. So, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm not anti but it's about doing it the right way and having those conversations that we don't want to have, and to make sure that we can have effective.
Someone who's trauma-informed and someone else who is aware of mental health diagnosis.
Yeah.
Because our kids are anxious already. My kids are anxious about going to school, so it would be very important to have these SROs who are culturally competent and aware of our students' unique needs.
I appreciate our superintendent's efforts to build some strong relationships with leadership in the city, and also the county. I think it's a really positive step toward helping us navigate those conversations and building some trust in those relationships to move some of those things forward. So thank you for that work, and I think it's taking us in the right direction.
About the, like formally introducing the SROs to the students, do you know like what that would look like?
I do understand that in the past, there's been some things done at the building level where, where groups of, whether it was an assembly of some kind or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the most effective way. That's something that we will have to brainstorm on and find, because personally, I don't think marching your SRO out to the center court of the basketball and saying, here's your SRO and here's what they do. We know that a large percentage of those students aren't going to be paying attention or absorbing that information, so it probably needs to be at a smaller level. But I can't answer that at the moment, but we've got great building administrators that will have great ideas for how to do that.
That was one of the things that the Equity Advisory Council said, like compared to previous years during student orientations. And maybe that was done on purpose, like the SROs had less opportunity to present their role. And maybe it's because it was a larger crowd.
Yeah, it could be, or they weren't available at the time that they were having. There's a lot of, I don't know for sure where that went from.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Yes, thank you.
I'll stay here until you.
I try to give you an out, man.
Madam President, do you have any announcements?
I do. Do we have any announcements, pending announcements? No, we have next board meeting, February 10th, 24th. Oh, yes, there's a board breakfast, but I think that's what the board. You, Roxy. Oh, yes, and we like to welcome Dawn back. We didn't forget about you, Dawn. Elise is leaving us in good hands, and we'll miss you. FaceTime us, you'll miss us. I know you're ready to leave. Motion to adjourn.
Yeah, so moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.